I feel like I have a bird pecking at my window. Hold on. Literally was. There's like this little bitty bird just hanging out on the wood part of the window split, just like pecking away at the window. Still deciding on the last flex spot. Yes, yes, I am. I'm down to Inquisition, Dismember, Burst Lightning, or just keep the Croaks up. I guess Caveman should be in the discussion. But none of them really feel like they're head and shoulders above the others. So, like, I think the extra Inquisition might just be a really safe option. Go on main for the lulls. Would be terrible. There's Ranger Captain off my one Godless Shrine. For what it's worth, you might still be able to sign up for Dingo's tournament. I think it starts at 11:30. Registration closes at 11. I don't know if I can double dip Doghouse and Showcase Challenge. Might be a bit much. Get us some options here. Chose Dingo tournament because I'm broke. I mean, it's a good reason. Like the Showcase Challenge, I'm only doing it because it uses those qualifier points and not like play points or whatever. And I've got enough of them sitting around, so. Figured I'd just get a reminder in case you wanted. I appreciate it. I mean, we'll probably like watch the Doghouse tournament between rounds. All right. Do I just want like a kind of grindy card? Could always run the spicy bitter reunion for Dogfish. Remember, everyone, in a few months, we're going to be debating between One Ring of Power and Gandalf the Grey for the final flex spot. So true. So true. You know what? We're going to run a bitter reunion for the lulls. Just so that if I haste up a shadow one time and kill somebody, then I can say Dogfish was right all along. Oh, so now you want Cake Man. I need you to make up your mind. Can't keep track of all this wishy-washy behavior. All the flip-flops. Again, Bitter Reunion's probably pretty mid, but YOLO, we're registered. So constructed, showcase challenge, championship qualifier points, whatever. All right, we are signed up. Let's get the list updated on Stream Decker. So for anybody wondering, the list, a couple of people ran like similar list to 5.0s on Magic Online, just the Rakdos base splashing white for 4 prismatic endings in the board. And I gave it a shot last night just for the hell of it, because like I hadn't tried it yet. And ended up 4-1. The 4 match wins were pretty solid. The one loss was to just like a Jeskai generic Ragavan list. That just like overloaded us with prismatic endings and then eventually like kept hitting breaches. So that's why I kind of added 2 spell bombs to the board to help out with just like the value breach decks. Really don't have a lot to deal with those. So this is our list. So let's add stuff over here. Like our value pieces. Got our threats here. Interaction here. Mr. T, what's up? Hope you're ready to run some people over today. See. Mark, I hate Bobble. Yeah, but it's kind of like a necessity when you're running a bunch of Dragon's Rage channelers. If you're not running the channeler, then Bobble is okay, but it's nothing like crazy. But as soon as you start getting like getting what's it called, value out of your graveyard, then or value out of having card types in your graveyard. Yeah, and breach. You're right. Omnath pals are on the downswing. Scourge looking thick. Yeah, I mean, outside of prismatic ending last night, nobody could kill it. Or outside of prismatic ending and what was the other one? We had an opponent that got up above 20 life. Was that the what opponent got over 20 life? Is that the March of Wretched Sorrow? I think that was last night. I think that was earlier. Somebody got over 20 life. Maybe it was Amulet Titan. Can't remember. Let's There's Liliana the Veil. This modern makes me sad. We talked about Liliana the Veil with somebody the other day. Or no, I didn't talk about it. I was in somebody's chat. And we were mentioning cards like that had been modern staples for years and years and years, and now we're just like completely unplayable in the format. And like Liliana the Veil came up, Cryptic Command came up, Snapcaster Mage, Nahiri the Harbinger. What else? either Scavenging Ooze, bunch of cards like that that have been like staples in some modern archetype for so long, and now we're just so outclassed. There's Olivia Valderin right next to my Huntmasters. My, what is it? Chandra, not Torch of Defiance. Chandra Nalar, and there was another one that like pinged off 1/1s. First Ledger Shredder was just Splash Blue for Ledger Shredder and Tainted Indulgence. That's what we've been missing all along. The real Tainted Indulgence is the one within your hearts. You can quote me on that. All right. So I've got Dogfish's stream pulled up over here as well. So as soon as they start playing, we can kind of check out what they've got going on. Bench, what's up? Scourge good again? No. Are we playing it anyway? Yes. Where's Huntmaster of the Fells? Oh, man. Did I say Dogfish's stream? Young Dingo's stream up. I said Dogfish. I didn't mean to, but Dogfish needs to be streaming too. So there's that. After the spike clapping yesterday, we need more of those. Need more of those big brain Dogfish moments. Hope we don't meet too soon in the challenge. I mean, hopefully it's like the finals of top 8 and never before. Magic Twitch needs its Joker. I'm into that. Really, really do. Magic needs its watchful protector. Its Dark Knight. Dogfish isn't the hero we need, but the hero we deserve. We got like 4 more minutes. 3 minutes. We were just saying that Dogfish is a third-rate duelist with a fourth-rate deck. Sometimes that's all you need. See, TBR, so the game plan is just kill them before mURktide. Yeah, like mURktide themselves have a tough time getting Scourge off the board. So as long as we can get Scourge down, is at least like a 4/4, then hopefully we can just snowball a little bit. We got like Thoughtseize for mURktide, which I know I hate that argument of like, oh, just Thoughtseize. Sometimes you don't have Thoughtseize. Sometimes you have to take something else, but possibility. And then we do have like Terminates in the board, Curse, Spell Bomb. So take 2 hits off of 5/5 mURktide moments time. All right, so our real game plan against mURktide is to Bitter Reunion into Shadow and Battle Rage, stack the Reunion, haste up the Shadow, Battle Rage, and kill him. Easy. Easy. Only takes like 6 mana. Get it? Only mURktide can potentially race you, so just Thoughtseize it or counterspell if you can TBR win next turn, things like that. Yeah, exactly. What are the pending for? Creature aggro. So the pending, the idea for the pending, I think was originally for like Sanctifier on deck and decks that would just like shut you down completely. Or cards like that would just shut you down. So you just get the option to like juke into a sideboard thing that deals with Hammertime really well, deals with chump blocks out of decks like Yawgmoth, whatever you need to clear the way out with. Any sort of troublesome permanent. Bitter Reunion is this terrible meme card that we decided to play for the heck of it. Just like an enchantment that has the Cathartic Reunion type effect. And then you can sack it and give all your stuff haste. So maybe we'll get to sack it and haste up a Scourge or a Shadow. I don't think it's like crazy, but we had a flex spot and I couldn't decide what I wanted, and I got convinced to play Bitter Reunion, so that's where we are. Not proud of it, but this is what we've registered. I don't even know if it's a card I would like. It's just, here's this spot. Dogfish has been talking about Bitter Reunion every chance he gets for the last like 3 months. So endings for the Guardian of New Benalia meta. Was that the one last night, the indestructible guy? So I played against like a mono white or white splash blue for Unsettled Mariner humans list last night. And they had this dude that's just like a 3 or 2/2 or something with enlist, and you can ditch a card and give it indestructible. And I beat my opponent just because I boarded in 4 prismatic endings and got the prismatic ending hit. And kill him with a 6/5 Turok. They ditched like 2 cards to that guy on a block with a Shadow. Or I attacked with a Shadow. I had a Battle Rage. They double blocked with 2 of those New Benalia guys. Ditched 2 cards. Grew my Turok. I dealt him like 13 or something. And then prismatic ending 1 post board and just had this huge, huge Turok sitting on board. It was amazing. Hasting a Shadow is powerful. Yo, if you could haste with something you were already playing, then it would be worth it. But the problem is you're having to add a new subpar card just to give haste. And that part's bad. Why no Crackling Doom? Partially because I forgot that card existed. And then partially because in situations like this, we just might not have the lands for it. Okay. No Companion, Bloodstained Mire. My concern is creativity. And if this is creativity, I think I want to Inquisition instead of Ragavan. It could have Spell Pierce, but I think worst case scenario for me would be play Ragavan. They untap on 2 with Wrenn and 6 and just down tick. Ah. What's wrong? So let's take Terminate. Take Terminate so that they can't evoke a Grief. And if they find an Undying effect, I think we're actually like really happy to just I think we're really happy to just like dismember a Fury and move on with our lives. Only you're still brave enough to play Crackling Doom. I feel like Crackling Doom wouldn't be that bad if you're just in a meta full of mURktide. But every time I like gear up to play against a bunch of mURktide, I never see it. Yeah, we'll keep it small. I want extra lands. If they kill this, then maybe next turn I like Thoughtseize the Fury, play out the Ragavan. Wait, did you really not remember Crackling Doom or what Crackling Doom does? All right, Dogfish, there is no way that you can be serious about Bitter Reunion and not be serious about Crackling Doom. It's like not legal. You can't be like, "Oh, Bitter Reunion is cracked. Hey, Shadows are amazing," and then say Crackling Doom is overrated. All right, Grief, Fury, off the top. Ragavan, that's I guess kind of okay. Or wait, they're hitting land off this. Dang. Wanted that land. Land. Land, 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 land. Grief, Fury, Ragavan. Grief, Fury, Ragavan. Land. Uno. Moss. Land. Oh, yeah. The end. Is Crackling Doom too powerful for modern? Yes. Kevin, what's up? Good morning. Good luck to you as well. You're playing, right? I feel like you're playing. Come on. Sleeping in. Fair. Probably a better choice, actually. Well, it's turn 3 and we're 4 minutes up on clock, so that's something. Maybe opponents like double queuing in the what's it called? Oh. Alright, so let's pass the turn. Bobble, that gives us Delirium. Grief, Fury, Ragavan, Thoughtseize. So we know their hand perfectly. Really don't mind if they Thoughtseize me here. They could like Thoughtseize, take something that's not Scourge, and it makes my Scourge big enough to survive a hard cast Fury. What you want? Tell me what you want, what you really, really want. I'll tell you what I want, what I really, really want. You take the Scourge, okay? They're not even gonna Ragavan. Nice. Nice. Land. All right. Yeah, I'm just gonna play Darcy. There you go. 8 a.m. is the worst time to play MTG. 9 a.m.'s, or I guess it's 10 here. 10 a.m.'s a little bit better. But yeah, for a while there, like, and I'm sure it's even worse than you, like, to the point you never even considered it. But the Sunday challenges were at like 6 a.m. here. So 4 a.m. for you. Like, I wouldn't even consider it at 6 a.m. Or I guess I would kind of consider it, but like 4 a.m. I wouldn't touch it. Okay. Take my lightning bolt. Sure. Because we're gonna hit land. Thank you. Alright. Options, options, options. I think we attack for 3. Thought sees the Fury. We can kind of like Thought sees whatever. Thought sees something. And probably just pass and plan on like fatal pushing the grief, or we can fatal push now. Maybe that's actually better. Maybe we just attack, fatal push the grief. Playing the Ragavan or just holding up another fatal push? We have a 3-turn clock here, just saying. Well, the issue is like I want to deal with the grief and the Ragavan. And if I go for like the dash Ragavan, then I only get 1 play afterwards. And I really want multiple plays. Okay. So we can just take Fury so they can't evoke that. Right. Or we could take Ragavan and like high roll. Like, I guess realistically, it's not that bad for me if I take Ragavan, they find a red card. Yeah, I'm just going to take Ragavan and fatal push this. Got Revolt because of the fetch land. Dolphy Fury. Dolphy land. Okay. Let's dash Ragioli now. Ragioli. All right, we'll just pass. They find a land to hardcast Fury, then I can still like kill the Dolphy. If they don't find the land, then I'm still just gonna kill the Dolphy. Black. Sure. Takes a Fury. I'm just gonna evoke the Fury. Okay. Okay. Well, doesn't my Thoughtseize look embarrassing now? Ragioli. Hit for 2 here. We play Channeler off the treasure, so even if they find like another Fury, they can't hard cast it, they can't invoke it. That doesn't do anything for me. So, yeah. There you go. All right. Game 1. Game 1 in the bag. So, post board against Scam. Scam diddly am. Scam. Do I want to consider prismatic ending? I cannot prismatic ending a blood moon unless I have a treasure token. It hits Dolphy. It hits Ragavan. They're running like engineered explosives or hearse. It hits those. Probably not worth it. I want to just do something like this. And some grave hate. Terminates to hit whatever. I'm not like super weak to Blood Moon anyway, so I don't think I need to go like crazy there. Do I want like Turok over a Thoughtseize? Just to have an extra dude. Then again, like hard casting Street Wraith is perfectly reasonable here. But they do have fatal pushes and terminates and stuff, so like reasonable bit of just straight up kill spells. Yeah, we'll just go with this. What you got? Got Inky. Agreed. Agreed. Doesn't hit Fury. Doesn't hit Grief. Doesn't hit the Emrakul, the Promised End they're inevitably bringing in. Oh, is Dingo doing commentary with PT Bench? Nice. Okay. If we get turn 1 griefed, this kind of sucks, but we don't. Mm-hmm. My Thoughtseize. Alright, second lightning bolts, pretty decent. So I'm going to pass and see what they do. I don't think I'm gonna bobble on my or on their upkeep. I would rather bobble myself than bobble them. So I think I'm gonna wait. The only thing that like I don't even want to say punishes me for bobbling myself or for wanting to bobble myself is Dolphy. Because if I see something that I want to keep, I have to not fetch, go to my turn, draw it, and then fetch. So I get to exile my fetch land, but that's not like backbreaking or anything. It's a little bit worse for Underworld Breach, but I think I'll take that. It'll change if they like dash a Ragavan. Then I'll bobble them and bolt the Ragavan. But otherwise, Agadeem. Agadeem into known Scourge of the Skyclaves. Okay. Kinky. So this is kind of why I wanted to bobble myself. It's just to get some of these bad draws out of the way. Okay. 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 And here we're just going to get Scourge down. I know they've got the EE, but if that's their plan, they got to spend like their whole turn doing that. That's kind of a win for me. And if they mess up and do something like Blood Moon, we could just kill them here. Oh, yeah. Take the damage. So am I just going bolt myself? Yeah, bolt myself, play Shadow, pass the turn, see if they want to do something like go to bolt my Shadow and I get to EE myself. Not EE, bolt myself. You know what I mean. Boo. Boo. All right. Hold on to bolt for a second. Ha ha ha. Paid off. Paid off. Direct connection between you and the shadow. Shadows are love. Shadows are life. All right. Let's think about this. I need the land to potentially breach kill. So we need to draw the card here. Yes. Nice. Sugu comes down. Forge. The extra land, I don't think matters. So let's see. 1 bolt, 2 bolt, red bolt, blue bolt. All right. So we add the fetch land. We got 10 cards in yard. We go bolt for 1, 2, 3. Bobble in the yard. Bolt back in the yard. Bolt off. Scourge Shadow Spell Bomb. Bolt back in the yard. And I think we can still bobble. Is my math right here? I wish you could like rearrange your graveyard so you could see. All right, so exile 3 for Bolt. I've got a Marsh Flats in the yard too, so we'll just make it simple. Exile the 3 lands for Bolt. Bolt goes back in the yard. Exile Thoughtseize Scourge Shadow for Bolt. Bolt goes back in the yard. Exile Bolt Spellbomb Shadow for Mishra's Ball. Yes. Okay. So much math. What about put 2 shadows in play? That's probably fine too. I guess. But they've already shown me EE and Hidetsugu. So, like, do I want to go all in on 2 shadows when they've already shown me 2 ways to mass board wipe shadows? When I could go breach for double bolt and a bobble and, like, have another bolt in hand? But I guess, like, the bolt line loses to grief. Grief or doesn't lose to thought seize, loses to grief. Um, man. All right. I also only get 2 things if I go for. Actually, if I bobble first, bobble 1, 2, 3, bobble back in the yard, shadow 1, 2, 3. No, I only get 2 things if I go for shadows. I can't bobble first. I don't have enough things in my yard. If I bobble, exile land, marsh flats. So just all the land's gone. I bobble them. Then I go shadow, exile, Thoughtseize, bolt, scourge. Then the other shadow would only have spellbomb, bobble left in the yard. So I can't play 3 things. All right, we'll see. I could also just, like, shadow plus Thoughtseize them. Like, every possible line loses to something. So I guess theoretically this line loses to a lower probability just because they're less likely to have a bunch of wrath effects. All right. So they had the grief, which means the bolt line would have lost to the grief unless we top deck something good there. Could have just hard cast Street Wraith. So I think ultimately the shadow line was right. That's tough. We had to play Breach there. We don't want to run, or they'd get to exile our yard next turn anyway. I think the correct line was the friends we made along the way. That's fair. I just wonder if it might have been better to, like, shadow plus Thoughtseize. We could make some argument about, like, oh, shadow plus Thoughtseize loses to evoke fury plus reanimate spell or undying evil spell. Yeah, undying evil spell. So, I don't know. Weird one. All right, let's bring up Dogfish tournament and desktop audio.
Sitting flush with 4 mana, and this is
All right, y'all can hear this okay, right?
if you are the creativity deck. And a Thought Seize is a pretty nice.
If it's too loud or too quiet, let me know.
Leads off with Inquisition of Kozilek.
I don't imagine that.
Both lines are close. Yeah, definitely agree.
Yeah, I didn't think so. It's just been a couple of turns of plussing Ren. We did mention how powerful
Really,
this matchup
like
is
I don't
against
think
ultimate enemies.
either line was super far ahead.
Probably Rot Farm coming down, which is
Because I mean, if we let me
not
mute
great if
them
you
real
are-
quick. If we double bolt them and they've got a hand disruption spell, then we run into all right. If we just top deck like a Ragavan or another bolt or something, we kill them with that. Any creatures a good top deck. But if we go for the double shadow line and they've got another Hidetsugu or an EE, we just lose on the spot. Like they're still at 8 or whatever they were at. We have no board and just like a bolt sitting around. Sima Mero, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having an awesome Saturday wherever you're at. Woola Hamda, also thank you for the follow. Kind of like mid match, so I forgot that one. Why is the Dogfish? Dingo, not Dogfish. Dingo, we need to work on your resolution here. Shady Rat MTGO, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having an awesome Saturday. So I'm going to leave this here for a second. I'm going to run to the bathroom, and I will be right back.
Your opponent has 10 minutes to check in. If they don't check in within 10 minutes and say something to you, then they are disqualified. Let us know, and we can, move accordingly.
Big hearts to Bolt Snap Bolt Dildo Baggins. I think that's not a dwarf. Besager gets fired off on the Overgrown Tomb. There is one fetchable left in God Delta's deck. Upkeep stop, gotta love it. Plus on Beseju, this is
game 1.
This is looking pretty bad for Delta. 2 Thought Seizes in hand. We know there's literally 3 lands in hand for Kim Jong-un at minimum. Bag of Holding, speaking of some fantasy stuff, that's not one I was expecting. Thought Seizes getting fired off.
Did you know the Oracle text of Bag of Holding? Because I sure do not. Whenever you discard a card, exile the card from your graveyard. 2 tap, draw a card, discard a card. 5, is that 4 tap? Sacrifice it. Return the card exiled to its owner's hand. I have never seen that card before. To be completely honest.
It's been printed in a few sets. Most of them are D&D related. The flavor text is there's no prepared like over prepared. And let's see. So Fire and Ice got fired off for Kim Jong-un in response to the Thought Seize and revealed Beseju, Dwarven Mine, and Scalding Tarn. So that is something to note that there's only 2 more fetchable Dwarven Mines for Kim Jong-un. And we're going to see Bag of Holding played and then activated instantly for drawing a card, then discarding a card, and what will be thrown into the grave. It looks like
Thoughtseize seems like the right choice.
It will be exiled as well. Core set 2020, notorious D&D set. Okay, but also Adventures in the Forgotten Realms as an uncommon. Commander's Legends Battle for Baldur's Gate as an uncommon.
Core set 2020, also a D&D set though.
Also a D&D set. Then Jumpstart and Alchemy Horizons, Baldur's Gate. So seems 3 like out of 5 of the printings have been D&D related. So miss me with that, Jebby. Thanks.
Beseiju on the bag of holding.
Alright.
This Beseiju is single-handedly
Let's
taking
update
Delta.
stream titles. We can throw our
Stripped away all of the
1-0 start up there.
impactful artifacts are being stripped away. It seems like Delta's pretty much on Tarmogoyf for bust at this point. Even then, he's got to deal with a Ren and 6 emblem.
Yeah, the
Not
Ren and
good.
6
I think I saw.
Ulting next turn is going to be disgusting. Witherbloom command is the perfect answer to Ren and 6.
Didn't
You're worried, but here's the perfect counter.
Yeah, Mr. T 1-0 versus E-Tron. Nice.
And it looks like Delta will be firing off Eldritch Reclaimer to begin with, and then tapping it for mana. Green, black, Witherbloom, and this is so good for Delta. Destroying a creature plus destroying the Ren and 6. Bada bing, bada
Killing
boom.
a Ren and 6.
So pick up Giganta here if Delta remembers that they have a Giganta.
Right. He did hover over
Nice.
Giganta, I believe, a few times, and Giganta is being put to hand. This is actually okay. Well, I mean, it was looking very, very bad for Delta, but now that he has found
Still looking
a
pretty
way
bad for
to
Delta.
that Ren and 6, he's sitting kind of pretty. Except for indomitable creativity can be fired off at any time.
Hardcast Archon coming down 2, perhaps, if second Black Source is fetched up here.
Right. Oh, and then Tarmogoyf. Beautiful draw. Now, if
I do get a kick out of the fact that their feature match choice involves someone with the MTGO gamer tag Kim Jong. Can we appreciate that?
Sufficient this turn when you could put 7 power into play instead of 5, plus a Shadow Spear to give trample over the 1/1.
Also, is my mouse showing up?
With the Goyf and the Spear as well.
Now, how much mana is there for Delta?
Alright, whatever.
5, 6 if you include tapping the
Kim Jong-un.
Now, that means actually he could theoretically get an Urza Saga by popping one of his lands.
There's still a Beseiju
so choose. No, there is still there is still the Beseiju. But you incentivize the Beseiju to be used on either.
Has anybody played like Golgari Saga versus Creativity? How's that matchup? I feel like it can't be very
not
good.
The ability of equip, but the 1 mana ability. Okay, and we actually see an equip onto the Elvish Reclaimer. And are we going to see a fired
Necromancer bust? Yeah, about what I would figure. And I don't see anything in Kim Jong's Exiles that make me think that they've seen a Necromancer.
But thankfully, there's no Ren and 6 at this moment.
What this does
if they play around EE. Yeah, and they've got so many ways to like play around EE.
Reclaimer to find an Urza Saga now that the Beseiju's gone.
Right.
And let it go
like, hey, I can ice it down into turn and untap an Archon. I can Prismari command. I can make tokens off like Fable and whatnot and just make you deal with it or pop it prematurely. I can hold up fetches. I can.
We see the second Black
Beseiju.
Which means a top deck Archon is now hard castable for Kim Jong-un.
There is only one.
Every time I played it, I ask myself why I'm not splashing white for Hallowed Moonlight.
So always the potential to buy.
Is Hallowed Moonlight enough of a reason to splash there?
A horrible deck building, only 5 fetchables. Who would have built this deck?
Like, I guess if creativity is popular enough, then you need to have like some functional game plan against it.
The draws have turned out, but that's
so
that's
probably fine.
There, baby. Variance is variance, and when you're playing a deck that's almost 50
for the most part in modern nowadays, like third color splash is pretty free. Fourth color gets a little dicey, but
you're still able to play the game if you top deck anything. Any action is playable at this point if you're Kim Jong-un.
What happens if your opponent times out? Then they get a loss.
Yes.
They get a match loss for timing out.
So, what am I doing here? No Saga, no guarantee of hitting a Saga. I think I'm just cracking in with both dudes. They have to block one. And then Prismari Command finishes off the second one.
Mind game games right now.
Yeah, this is
At least makes creativity a lot
you
worse if they don't
sometimes
have
it
another
plays
fetch land in
the
hand.
opponent's head is
Or they've already got all 4 Dwarven Mines, so
Right.
yeah. Get both the tokens off the board.
Because my
Make
mate
it so
was
it's like
so
hard
weak,
cast
I just
Archon or
disabled
bust.
chat so that I can't be tilted or mind gamed or.
But I think I'd attack first.
Oh wow, I wasn't expecting this, but there's going to be a -3, -1, and then opponents.
Yeah, so if they attack first, there's always the chance that the opponent just says no blocks. And then you just get Prismari or Witherbloom command for lethal there and the drain 2 life.
10 damage, which represents lethal.
But I mean,
unless a chump block is made, and we do see the chump.
It's the tokens off the board either way.
Those dwarves not looking so big when they can't be turned into an Archon of Cruelty.
But I think the attack first just like gives your opponents the chance to screw up.
Creativity X2 on both creatures.
Yes, that is what we're seeing. We're probably just going to see. Oh, yeah, Elvish Reclaimer and then Dark Confidant. So the card advantage is now strictly in Delta's hands, and Dark Confidant will reveal Fatal Push and draws a Goyf for the turn. So this isn't lethal yet.
Kevin, I'm assuming this isn't how the match goes for you. Like opponent gets to get her turn 10 and they just haven't seen creativities until turn 10.
Holds up Fatal Push.
I feel like my opponents have the creativity on 4, creativity on 5, creativity on 6, transmogrify on 7.
Looks like this is a Prismari command for 3.
That's after like Ren and 6 on 2 and
concede. It is
what's it called? Fable of the Mirror Breaker on 2.
Target player draws 2, then discards 2, and then creates a treasure token where the mode's chosen. Discarded Wooded Foothills, discarded Arid Mesa, and 1, 2, 3.
Object creativity.
Prismari command coming up for Kim Jong-un.
It seems
same modes.
Kim Jong-un has no outs on 4 mana though. One of which being a treasure token, and not even a. I think he's played land for turn already. If he hasn't played land for turn, he could creativity.
No, he did not play land.
Off of an untapped land.
He can creativity now.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, he can sack a treasure, uses 3 untapped lands, and creativity the second treasure.
For Delta. Engineered Explosives hits all of the tokens.
Oh, is that only game 1?
The Dwarven tokens, but it will also be able to kill the Fable of the Mirror Breaker tokens, or you can utilize it as an alternative.
Was that game 1? Yeah, because he just brought in the EEs.
So I definitely like to see those. Pitney Needle's interesting. Soul Guide Lantern potentially playable as well. You are in Urza Saga's deck, so being able to tutor up Graveyard Hate against the creativity deck, if they have an unanswered Ren and 6, is a decent strategy. There's 2 go for the throats, and that hits everything, including Archons in Kim Jong-un's deck. Taraxi terrible, Bitter Blossom's terrible, Bajuka Bog terrible, although...
What are you trimming here? You're trimming like some Dark Confidants, especially on the draw, because they just died of Ren pings.
Graveyard Hate is sometimes necessary. There's already main deck Spellbomb, so maybe you don't need any of that. Now 5 cuts will be.
Yes, Witherbloom command's fine.
Bag of Holding out.
Maybe trim like a couple
persists
Blood Chief's Thirst.
I believe Kim Jong is on 0. No, sorry, he's on 1 persist. He has a singleton persist in his list.
I don't know if I like Bajuka Bog here.
Sideboard, there is probably there's 2 Aether Ghosts.
Like I think Elvish Reclaimer's too frail,
a lot of 2s.
And so there's like a really good chance that your opponent just kills the Reclaimer, and you don't get Bajuka Bog as like a tutor trick.
If you are Kim Jong-un, you're probably bringing in Veil of Summers.
Like, I like Nihil Spellbomb, maybe Soul Guy, because you always get the redraw, but I don't think I like Bajuka Bog.
Saga plus the lands. Aether Gust you could also potentially bring in as you're able to spin a Tarmogoyf or a Reclaimer with it.
Like the Witherbloom command cut.
Brotherhood's End is pretty mid because you're not going to be dealing with the majority of the creatures that Delta will have. Flusterstorm is terrible.
Argyle, what's up?
I think that's just for like graveyard strategies as well as mill.
Just waiting between rounds. We finished up the first round, beat Rakdos Scam. Now we're just watching the Doghouse tournament for a minute between rounds.
I don't think Brotherhood ends necessarily.
With your hat on backwards, you remind me of Eddie on Ed, Ed and Eddie.
Random artifacts.
Oh,
I
sure.
mean, I always thought myself more of a double D person, but
confidence, but it does not line up well against Tarmogoyf at all.
Right. Nor does it kill Reclaimer either if you have lands in the graveyard, which
Eddie's pretty good as well.
Putting lands into the graveyard,
always chasing that paper.
Scalding Tarn from Un, and then a overgrown shocked into
Veil of Summer. All right. Now I know this is fake. This is scripted because there's a zero chance that your creativity opponent doesn't have Veil of Summer on turn 1 as soon as you Inquisition or Thoughtseize.
It's
fake news.
And you're not really
Double D's nuts.
and the Aether Gust's like, okay, you get slowed down one turn.
Double D's nuts.
2 mana for your 2 mana Goyf. I think that's quite okay if you're.
Yeah, creativity's never had a hand that didn't have like double Veil of Summer in the opener. So
because that stops the targeting.
This whole tournament is a lie now.
Which is one way for them to just win the game, right? Because you have all this interaction, you have Fatal Push, you have Go for the Throat, and all these things hit the Dwarven Mind tokens in response to the creativity. Wooded Foothills Pass for Kim Jong-un, and then Forest Plus.
I think I still like taking the creativity there because at some point, I don't know if you're going to be able to hold up mana all game being stuck on.
Yeah, I would 100% take the creativity. Because you're running into the issue of like, all right, as soon as he gets a treasure token, game's over.
Is probably going to meet this Tarmogoyf here and slow.
I say game over. You've got to go for the throat, but that's not like a.
I think he tops the Goyf or bottoms it.
Most likely bottoms the Goyf, as you have another Goyf in hand already. But you know, we'll see. Right now, right here, what's happening? He's thinking, do I look at my top before? And yeah, he bottoms and then fires off the Mishra's Bauble, revealing another Aether Gust that hover over like, damn.
So if
that's not what I want.
If God Delta doesn't hit land here,
it's not terrible.
Then you like can't deploy a threat, which is really awkward. Because if your opponent just has a fetch land and is able to creativity,
probably has
you're in rough shape.
Up Overgrown Tomb this turn to be able to deal with the Dwarven Mind into creativity. I guess you just like bounce Forest, like play Springleaf Drum, bounce Forest with Rot Farm and pass.
Yeah, I like that. That gives you a land drop for next turn. It advances your board.
Oh, is he going to play the Goyf into the second known Aether Gust?
You can't cast that in good faith, I don't think.
No, I mean, you know they drew a Gust, and you know 3 of the 4 cards.
What time looking like?
There's really no reason to set yourself up for failure.
So we still got a few minutes here.
All right, yeah, so
let us know.
Springleaf, you called it correctly.
Beep Scam yesterday on turn 1 with Maverick on the draw.
Emoji.
Beat Scam yesterday on turn 1.
Certainly.
They just like scooped to something they saw.
And pass.
Is that the guess here?
Goyf for days. Now, I think you're pretty free just to slam at least one of these Tarmogoyfs. If not 2, because you have.
So it was like I beat turn 1 or beat Scam turn 1, but it was really like I beat Scam turn 1.
You can just hold up 2 removal spells, or potentially 1 once they Aether Gust your Goyf away. Bottoms again.
I'm only putting that on top at this point. A little bit.
I think I agree with Dingo. I think you want the clock here.
Leave up 2 removal spells since there's 2 dwarfs coming down. Also, you have to be worried about Fire Ice to a degree.
Unfortunately, you can't get them both. So there will be one coming out. Mr. Richard, if your opponent did you message them on Melee? It's also been 10 minutes. Make sure to check your messages on Melee because they might have been trying to reach out to you.
What?
Concedes, okay.
Why?
I think that might have been a little premature.
He's got to go for the third and the
Well,
fatal
you do
push
have the
there.
answer, but you are pretty far behind at that point.
Oh yeah, you're gonna have to discard.
Or no, he only had 2 mana up. That's right.
You can remove both. It just takes a turn, and then they draw an additional card. You discard, etc. Very powerful card.
Yeah.
Much easier when you.
I forgot he only had 2 mana available.
In more than 10 minutes, let us know, and we can get that situated.
See, yeah, left the whole match. Blocked Monkey with a fetch into Dryad Arbor and tilted him. Man, I would be thrilled if my Maverick opponent just like strip mined themselves to kill my Monkey.
Free win, congrats.
Like, absolutely. Let's do it, bro.
Mulligan to 6 for Delta. Pretty strong opening hand. I do like where this can turn.
Like, it's go time.
Your opponent's 7.
Absolutely strip mine.
Wow, they kept the 6-lander and Renin 6. They kept this hand on the back of Renin 6. Like, Renin 6 will get there. The girl is queen. But unfortunately, she's now sitting in the graveyard. So, this is now very, very awkward.
Yeah,
let's go power Goif.
Hoping to rip well off the top. I don't know if I would have kept that. PT, would you kept that?
No. I've played quite a bit of creativity, and I would never keep a 6-lander Renin 6 hand, regardless of what I'm playing against.
I guess the Beseiju.
It's like the Amulet Titan mentality. Like, I'll keep 6 lands Titan.
Sure.
We'll get there eventually. 6 land Summoners Pact.
I'm hoping to see some of the patented Kim Jong-un fire coming.
It really makes you wonder, back to last game, should Delta have just taken that creativity with Inquisition? Because he did end up losing to it, despite leaving up a couple of removal spells.
What we got?
I think
nothing.
He should have just taken the creativity last game.
100%. I would have taken creativity. I don't really like taking the Prismari command. Sure, you can target it with you can target another creativity, but you'd have to have drawn second creativity to target the treasure token. And sure, you get some more looks with the Prismari command, but it's just you literally another land drawn for Kim Jong-un. 6-land hand.
I mean, at least this Goif's not like some crazy clock.
Wow. I mean, that's rough.
Yeah, play out the Beseiju. It's not doing anything for you in hand.
Delta is deciding if you wanted the Beseiju to come out or to utilize it as a means to...
Just don't play out this EE into a possible Prismari command off the top.
I think you want to run out the EE here because it lines up pretty poorly into Prismari command.
Good call, Dingo.
Not just Prismari.
I wish I had thought of that.
Beseiju, which you know is in hand.
Yeah,
and there's no reason to play it just now when you know that your opponent has that. So you wait until turn 3 where it gives them a turn to set up. Or their turn 3, rather. So
I don't even think I'd... Well,
this turn you gotta play
that's
it,
really awkward.
Yeah. You gotta play it, force them to pop off the Beseiju that they're sitting on. And... yeah, I mean, you're just swinging with Tarmogoyf here until the cows come home, and playing the EE, I imagine, for 0. Now, will Kim... Nope, Kim did not fire off the Beseiju.
F6 value.
Makes it really awkward if they do draw a creativity this turn, because there will be a moment to just bust on the Dwarven Mine in response, the Dwarven Mine token in response to the creativity.
It will be met with a fatal push had Kim Jong Beseiju anyways, but yeah.
3 matches left.
Do the Beseiju that EE.
Right. It frees up your mana for the 4th turn, which is one of the most important turns if you are creativity. Plays the Wooded Foothills. And I think that means that there are at least 5 lands still in hand for Kim.
5 lands still in hand.
Just gonna keep punching in with the Goif.
So you Beseiju here.
Maybe fetch
if you've got a a second fetch land, which we know they have another Scalding Tarn.
Creativity? Or creativity slash...
Then you just get to, like, blow up the EE, untap, make 2 tokens. God Delta can only have 1 removal spell.
No plays still from Kim.
This is like a Rin down tick. That's really good.
That's...
But I guess there's a chance that he's just drawing, like, more lands.
You can't just let your opponent sit there with an engineered explosives when your deck is incredibly vulnerable to that specific piece. Everything else is like, okay, if
Incredibly vulnerable to
I'm
EE.
worried about 1 removal spell, I can Indomitable Creativity for 2. But now it's like, that doesn't even work. It doesn't even work because the EE
Like, why are you
is
making a
unplayable.
token?
And it just makes it so much harder. Wow. Thoughtseize, which is probably going to reveal 5 lands.
I feel like there's not a reason to play Dwarven Mine there.
Moto is only down if you haven't reinstalled it yet. Unfortunately, with the crash that happened yesterday, you have to reinstall Moto if you want to have access to it for some people. I know some people said they were able to get in without reinstalling, but I had to reinstall.
I didn't have to reinstall. I did have a massive update though, which I had.
I didn't have to reinstall either.
I'm not sure if that was related.
Just lucky because we might not have had time to get into the showcase if I had to reinstall.
Yeah.
All right.
Whatever fuel your game.
Mute. And we'll get ready for our match here in a minute. All right. Have not seen who all's in the event. See who picked up wins in the first round. T, Benny Hills, Twinless Twin. Freed picked up a win in round 1. Principe. Menino, Nathan of the Gilt Leaf. A lot of common names on the trophy leaderboard. I guess. Oh, Kim Jong-un's double queuing with this in the doghouse. Tudors picked up a win. Selfie sec of Mardu Pyromancer fame. Lapis. Philip Scherer picked up a win. Twin Sauce, QB Turtle, Waffo. All right. Bunch of popular names. Oh. What do we got? Raph, and we're on the play with a Ragavan. We will take it. CWS, yeah, it's Caleb Scherer. Storm notoriety. All right, so pretty good proactive hand. Ragavan lives. We get to get down Scourge turn 2. Like, if Ragavan lives and we get to turn 2 Scourge, like Scourge Thoughtseize, turn 3 start off with Lightning Bolt them, we can put a lot of damage out really, really quickly. We got. Wonder if this is like another opponent that's double queuing in the doghouse. All right. Let's start with a bobble on them, just in case I see something that makes me like not want a Ragavan on one. So I think it's just back-to-back scam. If they've got Evoke a Fury on turn 1 with a +1/+1 counter effect, it's pretty awkward. These first, and I don't want to like go all in on seizing first there. Like, seize first is reasonable, but I don't think it's quite where I want to be. I might seize here, though, and try to protect Scourge. Am I seizing here? So worst case scenario would be Fury, red card, Undying Evil effect, and they just get to kill like Ragavan and Scourge. So I think I'm just going to go Swamp, Thoughtseize. Spyro, Dolthy. With one red source. Okay, so let's take Spyro, say go. He, I assume, plays the Dolphy here unless they found a removal spell for Ragavan. Guess they did find a removal spell for Ragavan. Nice. Yeah. Take that. Oh, yeah. This game is bad. Y'all got scammed into playing scam. Savage. Alright. So they can Spyro ditch double Dolphy here. Pretty good for them. Got a little Battle Rage action. Battle Rage off the top. One time. No Battle Rage. Am I willing to trade Shadow for their board? I think I am. Or we can go like shock in, attack. If they double block the Shadow, I Agadeem's Awakening it back. Dies to Fury, but eh. JP, what's up? We're gonna take the Shadow hit. Okay. Do I just want to Awakening back the Ragavan? Use my mana. I think I am in case they've got like a Grief off the top. I just think there's too good of a chance of them finding a Thoughtseize or a Grief or something and taking it, and I'd rather just get like bad value than no value. How are we doing? We're currently 1-0. We beat Rakdos Scam round 1. TBR. Not a TBR. Breach would have also been a good draw. Offer the trade of Ragavan for some token. Could be dead to double bolt. But I kind of like the idea of putting them dead to a bolt. So I think we risk it for the biscuit. We're also dead to like dash Ragavan bolt. Any bolts to scam play? I have no idea. I'd assume like 4. Pop the companion in hand. This is the kind of opener that I wish I had a companion. Because, like, Agadim isn't really doing anything, but you could play the rest of what we've done with a companion, and it would look decent. Got Ragavan Bolt. Or is this just attack to be able to escape Spyro tokens? Alright, so removal spell, battle rage. Marsh flats. Dead to tokens anyway. Double removal spell? Triple terminate. Oh man. Triple terminate. Who was playing around that one? Not I. Alright. Lightning Bolt. Underworld Breach. Bolt or Breach. Bolt or Breach. Survey says. Dang. So get back tokens. They, in fact, did not forget about Spyro. Dashing doesn't do anything. Like, they've got... Alright. They've got tokens. They've got reflection. Like... I have to play it as a blocker, hope they forget Spyro. Maybe they go for Lock Thwain and miss. And then I've got a blocker on the backswing. Man, that felt bad. Triple terminate. And it had to be terminate into, like, Shadow and Scourge. Like, where bolts look horrible. But we had 3 bolts out. Bitter Reunion would have been pretty good. Underworld Breaches would have been good. Street Wraith and Bobble gave some second looks. We had a bunch of good stuff we could maybe hit. Do I want to consider EE? I can't remember if I brought it in last time or not. I don't think I did. Roll with it. Oh, back-to-back scam. Like, I know people play scam in tournaments like this just for the free win potential. Like, oops, I evoked a grief on turn 1 and Undying Eviled it. You didn't have anything. So variant. We had multiple draws there. If we found a removal spell, we were in good shape. One more threat, we were in good shape. I think I'm going to keep it. I think I don't want to go to 6. I've got multiple redraws at a second land. Like 3 shots at a second land. I've got Dismember to fight over any evoked creature. Plus Terminate. And I've got a Breach waiting if the game goes long. I can play through Blood Moon. Not that I think they should be boarding in Blood Moon or keeping Blood Moon in, but there. They mulliganed. As long as this Street Wraith finds us anything other than Godless Shrine or the other basic swamp. Perfect. Let's go Blood Crypt, Ragavan, lay out our baubles, say go. Help you on your upkeep. Ragioli. Got it. Did they keep a no-lander? Or did they skip through their turn? I feel a little bit bad if they skip through their turn accidentally. If they kept a no-lander, then no, I don't feel bad. Another Ragavan on your side. Let's go. Now they got a land. So I'm assuming they meant to play a land last turn and just didn't. Alright, let's dismember in case we draw into a shadow. Philosopher, what's up? Hope your Saturday is going well. These pauses just keep making me think there's a gut shot on my way. Okay, play that out, tap, say go. So many cards in hand. Got. How goes the challenge? Currently 1-0. We're down a game right now to Scam. Fury evokes Spyro. Okay. So this one does not make them lose life, so it doesn't really matter if I wait on Terminate or not. If it was like Undying Evil and they lost 2 life, then I'd let it resolve. But it's not, so whatevs. Okay. So my options are I could breach Ragavan. What would it be? Breach, Ragavan, Bauble. I could Agadeem's Awakening the Ragavan and hold the breach. I don't have like a crazy amount of red. Let's see what they've got coming up. Bloodstained Mire. So they could Spyro. I kind of think that Ragavan won't be that good. All right, let's just Awakening the Ragavan. Feel pretty positive it's just going to be Land Spyro. Land Fable would be nice for me, but yeah. With how many Spyros we saw game 1, I'm not really like shocked here. All right. Thought seasons Dees. Let's go see what you got going on. Spyro push. Attack in, see if we can get a trade off with something. Yep. Back up Ragavan. Say go. I think I'm just setting up for like breach next turn, just triple bobble or something. Maybe quad bobble. All right. Let's just terminate the Spyro. If they hit an Undying effect, that kind of sucks, but imagine having Faith Shield here. What, so I could swing in for 2? All right. Can I play Agadeem's Awakening from the yard as a land? I could also go for a Ragavan dash into Breach. Let's do that. If they got a removal spell, then I take 1 more damage. You just bolt the elemental here. I play you as a land. We're gonna have to Google this real quick. Underworld Breach. And no. Says non-land card. Yeah, but Breach or Awakening isn't a land card on the front, so I think I'm allowed to check out the options here. I get it says non-land, but since it's not a land on the front, I have to at least look. Okay. No, they drew into a Turok. The other one's unknown. Like, I feel like that's not the craziest thing to look up, whether or not you can play an MDFC card off an Underworld Breach as a land. Yeah, never hurts to double check. Exactly. Like, I'm not perfect. I screw up rulings constantly, so let me at least look. All right. So get my bauble. Catacombs off the top. So I know they're going to have a kick Turok if they want it. So I could go Channeler, Thought Seize, take the Turok, Shadow. They could swap out Dolthy for a... Is that at all worth it? Probably not. Like, I think I want a Shadow or Channeler Thoughtseize and get the Turok out of hand. Like, I'm dead in 2 turns to the Dolthy no matter what. So I kind of need to, like, get a blocker out of the way. I can't get a Swamp, Thoughtseize, Dash, Ragavan, and Shadow. That puts me down to 3, and I died a Dolthy. Yeah, I think it's Channeler. Channeler, Thoughtseize, Shadow. Looking for a removal spell. See what they do. So they attack. We dash Ragavan, attack back. They have to chump block the Shadow. We've got our draw and then a draw off the top of their library for a removal spell. Yep. One of your finest removal spells indeed. I'm surprised they're not playing out the Catacombs. About right. Just one of those moments of like, hey, we're going down the stretch. Can we just find like a interactive spell of some sort? Feign Death doesn't do anything. Chandler trigger to see how close we were. Like, rough. What's attacking DRC? Do I think it should at least block for a dash Ragavan if you survive? Maybe. Probably. But Just had a bunch of draws for something interactive. Didn't see it. See, Mike, I appreciate what that you have pending in your sideboard, but the card needs to have flash and needs to exile twice the number of colors spent to cast it as it is. Pretty unbelievable. All right. So for the people that don't get the reference on this, prepare for amazingness. We got bored last night and we went to Mythic Spoiler and we started going through like random cards and looking at people's comments on them. Because on Mythic Spoiler, you've got like this little section down here where it'll show people's thoughts on a card. Come on. Come on. Why are we being so slow? We're being so slow because of literally Streamlabs and Moto. All right, so people will get to leave like their comments over here, which is fun. Like a lot of people going back and forth. Some people saying, "Oh, this deck wants it. No, this deck wants it. Well, it might be cool here, whatever." So if you go down to Modern Horizons 2, of course, people got like some pretty hot takes in MH2. But we scroll down to Prismatic Ending. Which, as we know, phenomenal interactive spell in Modern. This needs to say, exile target non-land permanent if its mana value is less than or equal to twice the number of colors of mana spent to cast the spell. Oh, and instant speed. As it stands, it's complete and utter trash. What the shit? Excuse me? Had this been an instant, it would have been Legacy and Vintage playable. Like, holy God. I think these are Facebook accounts. Yeah, Facebook comments plugin. I don't want to pull anybody up, but good lord. The Fury comments are the best. Oh yeah, Fury comments are fantastic. You know Fury. Everybody knows Fury, common commodity by now. No flash equal Fury trash. Why even try? It's so easy to make it have flash or to even have haste or even be able to target players. It baffles me. If this costed 2 red, I would be down because it would be infinitely more flexible. Then again, people would be casting this for 4 all the time and ignoring the evoke. I don't know. I think it's kind of mad, but still sideboard playable in some circumstances. Complete trash. Wizards once again gives red garbage in the cycle. Everyone talks about how Wizards hates white. Not true. Red by far gets the worst treatment. This card make is awful. This is the worst of the cycle. Still good? No, it's really bad. It's not playable in any modern deck. No flash, so unusable evoke in way too many situations. It's already costing a red card, which is meaningful because red has the worst draws. The worst draw with Seasoned Pyromancer and Fable of the Mirror Breaker and Ragavan and see, because red has the worst card, says arguably a bigger cost for this than Subtlety, and it does less than Subtlety. Doesn't have flash, costs more. Double strike is pointless when you never cast the card. Three to 5 cards in this cycle had flash and are mostly much better effects than this anyway. This is the only one that needed flash and didn't get it. It's also 5 fucking mana and dies to bolt. Oh, they're fantastic. See, like if Jordan was a human player and Pending destroyed them, or if any of these Fury commentators played Yawgmoth or something, right? This is why Facebook's only used for puppy memes. Magic players are very, very bad at card evaluation. Absolutely true. Random Facebook worse than random Twitch chat. I don't know. I like Twitch chat, but some of the Facebook takes are nuts. But yeah, we were just like going through cards and checking out some of the comments of things that look broken. And you just realize how absolutely terrible people are at evaluating any sort of card whatsoever. And I think it was, or actually, I know it was Aspiring Spike said at some point, either on stream or comment on a YouTube video or something recently, that modern players like really undervalue new cards that come out. I think modern players overvalue like 95% of new cards. But it is fun to see things that are just like absolutely busted, that people misvalued horribly. Like, of course, we had to go look up one of the biggest controversial cards in the last 5 years. If you know Eldraine, you know where this is going. Our Lord and Savior, Oko, Thief of Crowns. Now, unfortunately, I don't know why they didn't put a background on this. But people were like, some people got Oko a little bit, like bits and pieces of Oko. But then there's a lot of people that just like whiffed entirely on it. I don't know. I don't want to go through all the comments. But there's a bunch of people that are just like, oh, the +1 doesn't do much and food is trash, so this is trash. Like, all right. Like, I don't think anybody thought Oko was going to be as format warping as it was. But I think if you saw like the implications of what Oko could do, and especially things like the loyalty, you knew that it was going to be really good. But I don't think anybody looked at it and was like, oh, this is going to like be banned in standard, banned in modern, banned in legacy. I don't really know a lot of the Neon Dynasty stuff. I don't think Evoke Despair is like a really controversial card. I don't think it was like some IC. I kind of want to like check out stuff that has become really popular, like modern staples, and see what the opinions are. Like, what about expressive iteration? Was that Kaldheim or Strixhaven? Remember. Mario command, whatever. There we go. Expressive iteration. Russell Sprout, good call. Let's see. Seems good. 2 mana, draw 1, impulse, draw another. Pretty excellent rate. Okay, nice. All right, so people got expressive iteration for the most part. All right, proud of Facebook chat for expressive iteration. What other really good cards came out of Strixhaven? Elvish. Elvish what? Elvish Reclaimer? Is that a Strixhaven card? Or are we talking different Elvish? What elvish card? Pretty dull. I wanted Kasmina to be good, like a good Sultai Planeswalker for 3, but I think she's just like strictly worse than Nissa Steward of Elements. Nissa gets to tick up and scry, and then the 0 is like put something from your hand or from the top of your library into play for free. All right, what set's next? I don't think I've looked at like Midnight Hunt, Crimson Vow. How far back do the spoiler sets go? I think way back. Valky, we did look at Valky last night. That was one of the ones we checked out. Valky was Kaldheim. We looked up like Valky and Tybalt's Trickery. And for the most part, people got Tybalt's Trickery. Except they got that it was going to be good. They didn't get why it was going to be good. They thought that it was just like a red counterspell, not that it was like flipping into Valky and stuff. Let's see. Now Luris can have a 7-mana Planeswalker. I'm a bit disappointed. Was really hoping for a cheaper CMC, but they're talking about the Tybalt side. Nobody got the Cascade into Valky thing. I can tell you that. Yeah, like people thought the card was cool. Nobody thought it was going to be like good. But yeah, nobody thought about cascading into Valky. Card is very good and is likely to define standard, but not in the way you think it will. Yeah. Like people thought the face value part would be okay. Was not. Alright, so we gotta check out Fable the Mirror Breaker and Coco. I'm pretty positive, Steven, this goes back to Tarkir. Actually, I know it does. Yeah, it goes like all the way back. So Fable of the Mirror Breaker is what set's Fable? Somewhere pretty recently. Kamigawa. Fable of the Mirror Breaker. Glad they took one of the best cards from the set and took a massive dump on it. Oh, man. There we go. That's the comments we need. See. Something. I don't like these cards at all. We don't have ideas for cards. We take cards from Kamigawa and print them again, but on Saga. Only problem is he doesn't do Kiki things the turn he flips. He should either have haste or should have been a 2-4 or at least a 3-3. This card is being pretty underevaluated, not going to lie. Making a goblin that creates a treasure whenever it attacks is pretty good value. Yep. Doesn't need to be game ending, just insane value and still combos pretty easily. All right, Samuel, you get a gold star. You got it pretty well. But yeah, they just took a massive dump on Fable. All right, so we got to look up company, collecting company, and then apostle. What apostle? All right, is company dragons or is it cons? Don't remember. Anything that looks like collected company. It's cons. Shadowborn Apostle. Ooh. Interesting one to check out. That and what is it? Persistent Petitioners. Shadowborn 2.0. Is it? Company's not Fate Reforged, is it? Oh no, this has got like rares mixed in all over the place. Oh my god. Nightmare. Is it? This has got like more rares for cons down here. Holy crap. They're out of order. I guess it is dragons. Somebody look up Collected Company for me. Crazy here. Company. Collected. There we go. Got it. All right. What do we got on Collected Company? 0 comments on Collected Company? Come on. Nothing? Man, that's lame. We could probably do like a Reddit search of Collected Company, though. I'm sure Reddit takes are pretty hot. Or are there just like no comments on any of these? There's got to be comments on Narset, right? All hail control deck meta. All hail Abzan. Alright. So we need Treasure Cruise. Ooh, Treasure Cruise is a good one to look up. So that's Treasure Cruise is Fate Reforged, right? It was like all the Delve stuff. Forged. Treasure Cruise might not have been Fate Reforged. There's some stuff that flashed into the others. Bring up the Death Shadow comments. Alright. Treasure Cruise. Wherefore art thou, treasure? Is it not? I don't know what that Treasure Cruise was. It had to be one of the other ones. Sure as heck not here. How much time we got? 1 match left. Cons. I guess it's got to be dragons. Good old. What do they say about stubborn denial? 49 comments on stub. This has been working really well in my testing. I do believe it will see constructed teamer decks. What the name changes, blah, blah, blah. So you're not downfalling my dragon or Pelucranos? Probably not. Seems good with Illusory Angel. Also with Kiln Fiend, Force Spike is back. This is actually really good with Tournament McCoy. Thank you, Danny. So a lot of decks are run blue sideboard negate. Likely that this will take up negate slots. 2 words. Ensoul Artifact. Let's see. This card will not only see standard play, but it's going to see modern and even possibly legacy play. Correct. Good call, Samuel. Yes, there are better counter spells than that in the format, but decks that can flash run high power creatures just gives this massive boost. There are almost no creatures with power 4 or greater in the modern deck that wants to run this. The only card is Goyf. That's it. Batter Skull tokens, question mark. Close. Turn 1 Thoughtseize. Not today, son. Love it. All right. Look up Kevin's comments on Shadow. Worst card in Modern. Whoever streams decks that build around this card need to reevaluate their brand. Well. Let's get Revenge. So crazy order. All right. Kevin, have you checked out the comments on Siege Rhino? They're kind of harsh. Here, I'll send them to you. It's gonna have a war back and forth of random comments on Mythic Spoiler. Need to somehow tag Fluffy Wolf. Might just like send him the link there. All right, I know we never found Treasure Cruise. Was it? I guess Treasure Cruise was in Dragons. Treasure Cruise, Treasure Cruise, Treasure Cruise. I don't think I saw Dig Through Time either, now that I think about it. We do the busted Theros cards yet? Like new Theros or old Theros? I don't think we've done either Theros, but which busted Theros cards are we referring? Alright, here's Dig Through Time. No comments. Come on, people. Treasure Cruise. Let me down here. New Theros, Breach, Storkle, Uro. Good call. Good call. I forgot about the escape stuff. Theros Beyond Death. This is actually a really impactful set for Modern. Like Heliod, Ox of Agonis. Check out Ox. Don't let me down, Facebook chat. Ox of Doom, also first. Nice ability, but needs Trample, Haste, and 4/4. Looks like Bulk Mythic to me. The rare red cards that have been spoiled seem much better. Good and Dredge variant or Dredgeless Dredge. Alright, Gage, you get a gold star. Matthew, you can have a gold star as well. Some of you got there. Alright, what's next? Oracle. This seems fun and decently powerful. You can activate Hermit Druid to mill yourself, use creatures that enter the battlefield when build like Narcomoeba, and then use the flashback of Dread Return to put the Oracle on the battlefield to win the game. It's like winning with Labman, but you don't need to draw a card. Yep. I got Cephalid Breakfast. Card will be busted in so much of EDH. Yep. Good call. Like, enter the infinite in this and win the game. You don't have to jump through that many hoops. Blah, 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 blah. Wait, what? 45 seconds. We got time to look up another one. I really wanted Tectonic Giant to be better. All right, there's Underworld Breach. So I'm seeing this as a balanced Yawgmoth's Will that you won't get the option to flashback. Not going to see play in Standard. Going to be banned in most other formats. Nice. Good call, Mike. Nekuzar, no idea. Cast the same spell as many times as you want, right? Manamorphosis is 0 mana, exile 3 cards from your graveyard, draw a card. Not sure if it sounds like something that you'd like to do in Phoenix or a Storm deck. No, close. This card plays in very dangerous design space. Yes, it's part of the push for red, starting with Hazaret Rekindling Phoenix, Chain Whirler, Chandra Torch of Defiance, Experimental Frenzy, and Fires of Invention. Cards are all playing in either virtual or actual card advantage for red. Alright. We want a die roll. Gotta update our record too before I forget. We are unfortunately 1-1 gamers. We're gonna throw this back on the play. Doesn't really do anything. It's better. Keep Crypt. Maybe we can find like a Thoughtseize or a Street Wraith or something to get a shadow down. But at the same time, like, they just turned our Scourges online, so that's kind of cool. Old Rhinos, eh? The old Rhinoceri. The old Rhinoceros. Alright, so that gets Shadow online. So let's go. Fetch and Shock a Blood Crypt. Play a Scourge. Say go. Hope you don't have a Fury. That would be Torch. I want rhinoceroses for Christmas. Only rhinoceroses will do. Alright. Huh. Interesting. Let's get down a couple shadows here. Shadow number 1. Shadow number 2. Go. Didn't go on my shadow. We're gonna fire a shadow. Petty Theft my Scourge. Okay. No. Man, if only that thing had flash and could hit people in the face. That'd be broken. start with Bitter Reunion, yes. And I guess we got to play out the Scourge, or are we going Ragavan Thoughtseize? Play out the Scourge. Two turns before Footfalls comes off suspend. It's unfortunate that Fury's like the worst card out of that cycle, because they had a good one there, we'd be in trouble. Can you just imagine your opponent like in a Blood Moon lockout goes, cool, here's a 3/3 double strike, 4 to your face. Okay. How gross would that be? Hit me in the face with a brazen borrower. All right, what am I doing? They have to have a way to stop the Scourge. Guess we're just dashing the Ragavan. Like, if they have a Cascade spell, I'm kind of screwed anyway, so... On, yep. Aha! So we'll go fire, 1 and 1. Okay. Huzzah. Replace Scourge. Go. And then when we inevitably top deck another Scourge or something, we look like geniuses for this bitter reunion. Oh, actually, let's just top deck a let's top deck a Breach right here. Underworld Breach. Am I supposed to Thoughtseize? Let's think. I'm dead to Fire and Ice if I Thoughtseize, but I don't think I'm beating Fire and Ice anyway. Am I beating Fire and Ice anyway? No. Go Shadow. Hasting, or am I playing the Ragavan and Hasting? I guess I'm playing the Ragavan and Hasting. Because if I hit a bounce spell, a Dead and Gone or something, I can bounce a Rhino. And if they have a bounce spell, then I can still recast whatever they bounce. Magic is so weird. If they double block, I'm not casting the Thoughtseize. I don't want to put myself dead to like a fire, flashing in a Brazen Borrower into turn, something like that. But I'm kind of afraid that if this Bitter Reunion actually works this game, that Dogfish is never going to let me hear the end of it. So please, opponent, have an answer. All right. Hit you with a Ragavan. I mean, really do much for me, but I guess it means if they had like an end to turn Brazen Borrower to flash in plus like a fire, I could petty theft their Brazen Borrower. That's kind of fun, I think. Yes. Yes. Oh man. That is glorious. Just how we drew it up. But it has to be reeling. I would too. Especially if one of their last cards is like a fire and ice. But I think they should have just tapped down one of my guys if they had a fire and ice. Are they digging for the fire and ice? Yes! Yes! Nice! We had no business winning that game. But we'll take it. Alright. I guess I want some number of Prismari command, maybe. Why they don't bounce Scourge or Shadow? I don't know. Like, I thought that they should have. I guess they had the Prismari command in hand and they were going for just like end of turn, flash in the Borrower, untap, hit you with Borrower, Prismari command for lethal. And if I went for Thoughtseize, then they would have had Prismari command for lethal. But I'm not sure. All right. Bring in some answers. Rhinos and stuff and things and spells. Numbers solid. We're out of battle rage. Something like this. Maybe on the play I consider Blood Moon, but I don't think I want it on the draw. This hand sucks. Cast anything. This hand could be anything. Alright, Agadim, I don't really want you. Take a shadow off the top. All of them just for the heck of it. Outburst seems decent. Alright, so we know they've got a turn 3 outburst. Gotta be weary of that. I could go for just like turn 2 breach back a bauble. But I think just like dash Ragavan here is probably a little better. Yeah, like they could have it dead and gone, but whatever. He did. And gone. Not gonna main phase outburst. Alright, so we could fetch shock, play shadow. Hold up, just kill a rhino into turn. We could breach, fetch a swamp, breach back, bobble. No, can't do two things. Yeah, I think we just fetch shock, play shadow. Godless Shrine just in case I draw into something. Makes breach a little bit worse with the lack of red, but I don't really need a bunch of red right now. Yep. And we will just go ahead and be mana efficient and terminate one of these. There you go. What do you got? I wonder if I was supposed to play the Agademe. I think maybe I was, so that I could just like fetch up a basic swamp if I wanted my 4th untapped mana. Sure. Seeing these decks starting to play like Underworld Breach. Not Underworld Breach, Become Immense. Man, names are tough. Play this. No shock. And I think I just have to say go. And if they have like another violent outburst, I'm in a little bit of trouble. Looks like they do. Yep. So yeah, either have to hit like another. They either have to hit another fatal push or I die. Probably still dead, but going down fighting. A little surprised that they hard cast Odawara there. Like, really, they're not planning on just casting a. What's it called? Fury. Alright. See what happens. I'm assuming you don't have lethal burn because you would have just killed me there. Have a petty theft. Alright. Now we gotta do a little thinking. We could breach, push the Rhino, bobble some amount of time. So how many cards we have in our yard? 10. So we breach. I don't know why this like makes me think better. Breach, bobble, bobble back in the yard, bobble, bobble back in the yard, push. I guess we could like breach, breach, or breach, bobble, bobble, push. Just sit on bolt. Breach. Probably just start, or supposed to start with push. Make sure that's gone. Wraith, push, land, fine. Bobble. that off the top. Dang it. Alright, so none of this matters. We're just dead to fire and ice. Ah, we had a good shot there. We had a good shot. Thought things were going to line up in our favor. I want to take out like one of the more expensive removal spells. Dramatic ending, I feel like, isn't worth it. I feel like I'd rather just have maybe just terminate second battle rage. Just not worry about the white. Turn 1 Delirium. Turn 1 Delirium. Love to see it. Time Walk on a 3-1 flyer is underplayed. Brazen Borrower, I think, is like a really, really good Magic card. And I'm surprised more blue decks don't run it as just like a value piece. I get that you can't play with Giganta, so like that part's a little bit unfortunate, but still just like really solid. Outburst off the top. Land. Nice. Push is kind of whatever. I clicked back in the day, it was just good. It was. It was very good. Okay. So option number 1, play out the Scourge. It dies to Fury Evoke. So I think I'm just going to pass. Really don't want to lose this Scourge for no reason. Especially when I just like don't have to. So let's crack in with Channeler. Now we play the Scourge. And yeah, we can just go ahead and play the Shadow too. I'm afraid of anything happening to... I mean, like, they can kill the Shadow, but I think that's fine with me. Because if they go, like, Fire Shadow into untap Rhinos, they could just die here. Taking one off this again is 11. My double removal spells. Petty Theft my Scourge, okay. See what they do. Assume if you've got Rhinos, you just put Rhinos into play. But I'm not the expert on the intricacies of draw Cascade spell, cast Cascade spell. So if there's more to it than that, I'm lost. So if they put Rhinos on the stack, I upkeep Fatal Push. They're not putting Rhinos on the stack. Okay. Let us go to combat. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Opponent has chosen death. Here's a Scourge. There you go. I mean, I guess they could have Force of Negation. We are the champions, my friend. We'll keep on bolting to the end. Down, down, down. Flummoxed if they have Rhinos and don't cast it. Yeah, like maybe they had Bounce Spell or something, but I don't know. We take that one. Oh, blow the horns. Back to looking at people's cards' opinions. See, I was wondering why Scourge of the Skyclaves didn't see play in 5-color domain zoo, only to realize the fact that Scion of Draco gives lifelink to black creatures. So, you say that, but we have played 5-color domain zoo with Death Shadow and Scion of Draco. We're not currently, but we have played it before. Scion really wasn't that big of like a downer with Shadow, but I think just replacing Scion with Shadow has been kind of nice. Gotten to like Tribal Flame some people and stuff like that. Pretty decent. I played Batterskull with Shadow. Same. There's a Batterskull back over here and Shadow. Even have Scourges in here and Batterskull. Yeah. Wild time to be alive, right? That being said, we did do pretty terribly with this deck, but it was not because of Batterskull. It was because of this stuff just being like really... Well, I can't even say Nahiri. We just like never drew Nahiri. But Stoneforge was really slow and clunky. But whatever. We also have Esper Shadowblade with Batterskulls. I think this is actually in my 2 cents the better of the Shadowblade decks, because Teferi is such a house, and then like Teferi Prismatic Ending, like the interaction here just feels so much cleaner. But again, that's my hot bad take. No Ranger Captains, why? Possibly. Stoneforge Mystic feels very bad right now. Yeah. Like, the fact that it's 2 mana, die to everything, And I get that it's like 2 mana, draw a card, kind of. But if it's 2 mana, draw something that you're going to spend 6, 7 mana in and never get any value, then it's not really worth it. Because that's like 2 mana, draw a card, lose 3 turns. If you get Stoneforge on 2, go get your Fire and Ice. They kill your Stoneforge. Now you spend turn 3 casting Fire and Ice. That's 3 mana. Next turn, you go to equip something for 2 more, 5 total. If they kill it, then now you have to spend 2 more mana, 7 mana, just to try to get his Fire and Ice equipped to something. And probably dying in the meantime. But either way, like, Stoneforge did feel very, 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 clunky. Just wish Fervent Champion was green. Fervent Champion's okay. Like, he's really, really good in the Boros Stoneblade decks. But I don't know. I know we played Mardu once with Ranger Captain and like 1 Fervent Champion. And I remember it being solid. But that's been quite a minute. See how the dogfish is. Why do I keep saying dogfish? The dog house. Dog house. House. Not fish. House. They've got going on. I want ads. Go away, ads. I can run a tournament with ads. Blasphemy. Looks like this round's going pretty quickly. Owen at 3-0. Well, we got it 3-0. Owen, Cher. Assuming Cher is playing like Green Red Storm. Playing that a lot recently. Baron of Bacon. Nice. Mr. T's 3-0. Hell yeah. Love to see it. Waffo. Laplace. Reed picked up a loss. Scavenging booze. That's probably top 5 MTGO gamer tag I think I've seen. Scavenging booze. Oh man. That's amazing. Hooters at 2-1. Soul Strong 2-1. I'm going to be laughing about that one for a minute. Electric Bob 2-1. Hell yeah. Selfie Sec. Nino 2-1. Maybe Twist 3-0. So all these are playing for 3-0. All right. What do we got here? Oh, this is Electric Bob's double queuing as well. Nice. With Mono Red Prison. What plays Misty Red Forest, Watery Grave, Fatal Push, no companion? Ah. I see. Well, this Blood Moon's going to be pretty good. Yep. GG's. GG's. You are Not winning from here if you're on the mill side. Bob's never going to fetch. Mill can't interact with anything. They can't play any spells. Yeah, scoop it up. I appreciate the tenacity, but nope. Putting together Abzan, Death Shadow, Infect. I can have a list done by the end of the week. What is your tentative thought? Didn't you send the list? Was that your list you sent yesterday or the day before? With like the 3 mana 4/4 dude with Trample and Infect 1. Yeah, the Sultai version. So what's the Abzan version for? Like, let's get sound. Dingo even comment. There we go.
Trying to figure out something between.
Don't you dare not commentate on Mill versus Mono Red Prison.
They reported the other person saying they didn't report.
Girl letting Death Shadow attack for free.
Figured out. In the meantime, she's like Bob goes up a game. Or maybe
I'd probably go Giver of Runes over Skrelv. Just because, like, Skrelv makes it so you can't attack or block. Or you can't block the creature that it's giving protection to or whatever. But it doesn't actually give protection.
Not a bad hand from Bob. I mean,
so you can't play, like, defensively with Skrelv if you have to. But I guess Skrelv does have Toxic 1, doesn't it? I think it has Toxic 1.
Oh no.
Maybe I'm
the
misremembering.
Finished.
Or what the comments on Skrelv are. Skrelv, Defector Might. So yeah, it does have Toxic, so I guess it can technically, like, attack in. But but then that it can't be blocked by creatures that color line. I still like Giver of Runes better. Like, being a 1/2 is actually relevant in a world full of, like,
but I mean,
what's it called? DRCs and Esper Sentinels and stuff like that.
Factual, right?
Like, you're probably never attacking with it, or rarely attacking with it.
Who misreported it?
So, you gotta figure out who misreported it, which is the hard part.
He's a hungry boy. Mighty Mom.
Fury coming in on the side of Bob, though.
I don't know if I'd say it's Mother of Runes level. Like, you have to be in a very specific archetype to want this over Giver of Runes. Let alone, you do not want this over Mother of Runes if you can play Mother of Runes. That's not even close to an argument.
For them game logs, we're trying to find the game logs.
But I think if you're not playing something that cares about infect or poison counters, then you're not even playing this over Giver of Runes. And I still think, personally, that Giver of Runes is, like, high enough above this to rather play Giver of Runes in a deck that even cares about poison counters. But just my my unappreciated 2 cents. Take it with a grain of salt. Good for my Light Paws deck. Amazing in Joda.
Hardcast Bone Crusher on the side of Bob.
See this Kethis combo, baby.
That is a 5-turn clock. At least some pressure. Blood Moon was kind of a nice pickup, but...
Oh, it's legendary? That's even worse.
Swamp on their side, so they could still have Drown Lock. Or
yeah, I'm playing Giver all day. Like, can't have multiples of these out.
That they could still cast through the Blood Moon. So
I didn't even notice the legendary part.
Out of it, so I think I agree with Bob. It's probably better just to pop a relic instead and shut off Drown and Walk. Pops the relic, draws a card, plays another relic.
Like, maybe...
Yeah, PT shut off his cam for a little bit. Trying to figure out some stuff.
A 2-2 split with Giver.
Tosh just hideous laughter.
I feel like that's too many pro dudes, but I don't know. I'll have to see the list.
Fairly high CMC, a lot of 3-drops in the
I would love if this said, like, choose a color, another target creature you control gains.
I think you just want to be as efficient as possible this turn. Also activate.
Not even Toxic 1. Choose a color, another target creature you control gains hexproof from the color of your choice until the end of turn. It can't be blocked by a creature of that color this turn. Target player gets a poison counter. Something like that. Like, don't give the creature Toxic 1. Just give the player a poison counter when you activate it.
So there are no logs.
If Giver gives protection from black or green, I can't pump it.
So let's just go with the initial rule.
Yeah, but like if you're pumping it, do you really need protection from black or green?
There was a misreporting of it, and it did seem a little malicious.
Oh.
And we have nothing else to go on.
By stream sniping?
The improper reporting plus.
Oh no,
the
it's
log that we were given where it showed there was an improper reporting.
So by like improperly report a match intentionally, that's what it sounds like. Any comments over here?
That's totally fair.
It's a makeup. See who cooks the best ribeye steaks gets by next round. Make them kiss. What the hell's wrong with Twitch chat? These people are wild and kick both. You don't know them anything. They're competing for free and should be less sloppy.
Unhelpful.
If anyone slows down the tournament, kick them. Why does it either make them kiss or like disqualify them from the tournament? Those are the two options here.
People be acting up.
Last pair in the round, kick them. Slow them down the turn.
Yeah, that Jace card's pretty good, huh?
Savage.
Yeah, Jace is doing a ton of work against Bob right now. Bob swaps over his Spotify playlist. He's like, this is not my jam. I need something else to listen to as I'm getting Jaced out of this game.
Oh, yeah. Shutting down the Obosh is a huge beat. Unfortunately, the Ragavan isn't being shut down.
Got a chump block, right? Yeah.
Yeah,
throw a
you
crab
got a
in
block.
front of it.
Otherwise, the Jace will die.
Yep, Obosh doubles the damage to the Ragavan, putting Jace to dead if that were to go through.
And then,
Giver gives protection. Oh yeah, we already went over that. The protection.
1 turn away, or 2 turns away from just killing if there's nothing else. So he can uptick twice. You get a chump block for one of the turns. Then if you can find a removal spell or something, Jace will win the game. On his
well, it's the first time I've gotten to see the Jace cast, so
the Blood Moon came down.
This is interesting.
Required some very specific. Ooh, or you can just like -2 and draw a card, which is pretty good. Ooh, and hits a land. Milling 3 more, 13 cards in library. Yeah, time to play 15 mana Emrakul sideboard. It definitely is. I will be every modern deck that I will be playing will have a Titan in the side.
Well, you heard it from PT Bench first.
Here.
Every modern deck. Eldrazi Titan in the board. I don't think I want one in a blue-based shadow deck. I think you've got like enough decent interaction. But maybe if you're running like Rakdos Shadow or Jun Shadow or something like that where you can't really say no, then it could be worth it.
What's his name? The Perfected one.
But Veil of Summer is also really good against Mill, so
takes back his attack.
You just want to like up your Veil of Summers. If you're playing Jund or,
figuring out, doing some math.
heaven forbid, Sultai.
Has to be conscientious of a Drown in the Lock or Fatal Push or quite a few cards actually. And goes both ways. And here is the Drown in the Lock, targeting Obosh, which is a huge beat for Bob. And now Bob is thinking whether or not he wants to fire off the lightning bolt. They dropped me for nothing. I didn't send result. My opponent did and dropped me for liar. Did we touch Mankiki? Dingo?
That's pretty much the message I got from Kim Jong-un.
This
word for word.
I'm loving this doghouse drama for like no actual reason. Dropped me for nothing. I didn't send a result. My opponent did, and dropped me for liar.
Pretty much
Is
word for word.
Mankiki Kim Jong-un?
I believe so.
Okay.
This is all like self-reporting and stuff. Yeah.
We're trying to be as unbiased and fair as possible, given the information that we got. Both players have to confirm that the match results are right when they are submitted.
One of them said that they were incorrect. We saw that the match results were incorrect. Like,
we have a screenshot proving that the match results were incorrect. So we have to do something.
Classic Magic player drama over free to enter tournament, right? Like, I'm actually kind of shocked that they're this intense over this tournament.
Why would he?
Like, to the point of people lying about results.
Talk to us on the semantics of this. That's fine. We can open up a conversation outside of it, but we're not going to continue talking about this. And like we made our decision. You can talk to us in private.
Yeah, feel free to send us a message. We'll talk about it.
It sounds like chat is taking it to the moral high ground extreme here.
If you're saying that the opponent who beat you posted incorrectly and said, "Hey, this is the wrong match result."
Wait, what's happening? So what it sounds like is somebody won the match and their opponent reported that the opponent had won the match, like entered the wrong results.
Not right now.
And they're saying it was intentional. I'm guessing this is speculation off context clues here. It sounds like the opponent reported the match. The opponent lost, but reported that they won.
I understand why people have like whole teams.
And so the person who did won messaged Dingo and PT Bench and said, like, hey, my opponent reported incorrectly. And apparently they have screenshots of like the match result.
Fantastic.
But I'm guessing the opponent must have like doubled down or something and said like, no, I won. Because if they didn't double down, then you get rid of that like malicious intent. And it just becomes, hey, I won the match.
Oh man.
But I don't know. Imagine trying to live and the result is in the match history. Yeah, I don't get it. But I feel like you could very easily just say, hey, I messed up. I reported the wrong. Reported the wrong result.
Opponent's not my friend.
And it kind of like
beat you.
moves on with the.
Also, I'm showing Bob shit when I'm not supposed to.
I don't know.
Maybe third opponent is he was 0-1 against me. The result says he won 2-1.
Oh shit!
Maybe he's your friend. Get out.
We're on to the next round. Over here messing around. Yeah, we'll keep it. Why not? Snake's okay, lying not okay, right. But usually when it comes to like cheating in Magic, you have that skeptical approach of like, what if they were intentionally cheating? And they're just saying that they didn't mean to because they got caught. All right, what do we got? Land is Dees. So assuming we're against mURktide. Alt Seas is Dees. Spell Pierce Ragavan. All right, so one of their blind draws was another bauble. Flooded Strand down. Yep. We got. All right, Bolt's pretty decent. So we can play out Shadow, pass the turn. Can't bolt the channeler into this known spell pierce. Kind of sucks, but whatevs. And I guess we could like upkeep, bolt it. It's still whatever. Pierce, Tarn, Pierce, Unknowns. All right, go to our turn. Marsh Flats. Now, my question becomes, am I supposed to go for Scourge here? If they drew Counterspell, this is bad for me. If they didn't draw Counterspell, it doesn't really matter. Spell Snare. Okay. Not great for me. Let's try to get this Spell Pierce out of hand. Flip over Consider. mURktide. Yep. Okay. What do we got? Shadow. So we can go Bitter Reunion, Ditch, Street Wraith. Play out a Shadow, haste up the shadows. Make a mURktide chump. All right, dead to Bolt. Bolt dash Ragavan. Like half their deck. Rough. Even if you lose, that's sweet. It's sweet, but it's not good. And I feel like that's where Dogfish and I are like disagreeing here. Like, I think it just doesn't matter. Just about any time you can haste up a shadow, either they're probably already dead, or whatever you did didn't really matter. Should have played FOD. Should have played FOD. A little disappointed we're not just playing good Magic cards. I just want like all the prismatic endings. Maybe board out more Thought Seizes. Just like kill everything that moves. Maybe I just want like 2 or 3 endings and keep Channeler in. Sure. Unfortunately. Crypt. mURktide, the Bane of Michael, you were not wrong. Like every now and then I'll just clap mURktide for a round and I feel like a god. But then every other time I play against mURktide, it's like this is the most abysmal thing possibly imaginable. Kill you. All right. So OP officially has no graveyard. I think I'm just going to get a basic swamp off this. Ditch a Dress Down. A swamp. Opponent's probably thinking we're running like 4 of these. Like, nope. Not. Go. Rest down. Bobble. Go. Keep an eye on cards in graveyard. Fortunate. All right. Do we think that they've got a Spell Pierce? Just like terminate the shredder. Pass. So let's just go ahead and pop this. All right. Kept whatever they saw iteration. Shredder is fine. All right. Something good. Don't know what that something good is, but we need something good. So fatal push the shredder, say go. Another iteration. All right. And they kept on top again. Kind of feels like this is going to come down to whether or not we can find like an underworld breach. Something just like really get us back in the game. All right, this is 100% going to be a mURktide if I don't exile now. So let's get rid of a couple cards. Like this just screams mURktide setup. I also know that they have a Ragavan in hand, and they're not playing that, so this is probably just like hold up counter spell. Go for reunion. Okay. I just play Ragavan. No, just hold up mana. Third iteration. Okay. Okay. The yard and rid of consider bolt. All right. Now we're gonna attempt to terminate the Ragavan. Take our 2. Like to blow up the EE now. Guess technically Breach wouldn't even be like that good here because they could just blow up the EE in response. Ugh. I think drawing lands is the bane of Michael. Like lands when I need spells. Pretty confident that's the part that's like hurting the most here is just needing to draw live things and instead hitting not live cards. All right. We have double bolt. Okay. Yep. All right. Breach. Breach off the top. One time. Yes. Like them having nothing, us top decking Breach is the only thing that gets us out of this. Never mind. Kept on top. All right. So. Yep. What did we see or not see? We saw one bolt, one push, two terminate, which means we still had three bolt, a push, three prismatic endings. We didn't see a shadow or a scourge or a Darcy. Saw one Ragavan, so one out of 16 creatures. Unfortunate. 2-2. No idea what the prize structure is for this. 270 players. Well, top 16 is 25 treasure chests. That's pretty good. Bring back up the dog house. Reprint expressive iteration for red and black. I wouldn't complain.
Well, I'm not 100% sold yet. Okay.
Away ads. Like, when you kill quickly, the deck feels decent. When the game goes on long and your opponents have a chance to like cast their card advantage spells, it feels pretty awful. And usually this is the point where we start asking like oh, should we be running Spyros and what's it called? Fable of the Mirror Breaker and stuff. Play into the mid game. I don't think it's worth it. That
Didn't
just
have
like
time.
defeats the purpose of the
Was
rest of
under
the deck.
stress from the clock potentially.
I think it was clock damage that did him
I think it was
in.
clock stress as well.
That was game 3.
If something happened. We could have known if it weren't for the ads.
Yeah, Nausea in the same boat. Yeah, I mean, all they had to do was give protection from red onto the Inkmoth Nexus, block the 8/8 mURktide, go to turn, swing for lethal. Bam.
Oh, something happened.
Message.
Usually this is the point where I get trolled.
Yo, Josh, thank you.
What,
for
in the
the
2-2 bracket?
Oh, and also, I gotta thank Vivid for slipping in a.
Do you think the same list with Stub instead of White Splash should be viable?
Glad you and PT struck through.
Possibly.
Trucking through all the TO
Like,
stress, but I accidentally misreported.
I don't think it's bad.
Bing bong instead of bink bonk.
Just definitely hitting two very different effects, right? Like,
Yeah, we gotta
Stub's gonna be better at hitting those expressive iterations,
It's
and
now a 9-round tournament.
I got a message.
engineered explosives and stuff.
saying
Prismatic ending there, or is there almost exclusively for Sanctifier on Vec, but
Resolved.
for anything small like that.
Resolved. I got a message from Mika saying 2-1 me. Which
Stubborn Denial is going to be a lot better
that
against like
most likely
creativity.
misreported.
I also wonder how it would be if you just had like the Godless Shrine,
There's 2 minutes.
say the Godless Shrine in the main, and then like a Watery Grave in the sideboard and 4 Stubborn Denial. Your sideboard's just like
Not been
a
removed.
Watery Grave, 4 Stub, 4
You can even Card Seekers.
Yeah.
4 what's it called? Prismatic endings,
Why
and
did you
then
report?
6 other slots.
Hey Wesley, thank you for the prime.
I don't think that would be like
bits as well.
craziest thing.
My game versus my opponent 2 weeks ago, I put the wrong pairings up. I lost and not ayaya.
Or better yet, what about Rakdos Shadow with 3 different sideboard juice? Like, your sideboard is 1 Godless Shrine, 4 Prismatic Ending, 1 Watery Grave, 4 Stubborn Denial, and then like an Overgrown Tomb and 4 Tarmogoyf, or Overgrown Tomb and like 4 Artifact or Enchantment hate spells.
So if you need any singles,
like,
go visit Apex Gaming.
I don't know, 4 Natural States or 4
paper MTG content FNM.
What's it called? Outland Liberators or something.
And weekly testing streams throughout the week.
How would that be?
And you can also check out all their
or 4 Veil of Summers. An Overgrown Tomb and 4 Veil of Summers.
Gaming for continually sponsoring the Doghouse.
Just for mill.
That they are. Alright.
I kind of want to try that.
Move Nausea back to the waiting room.
Straight up 15 sideboard juke slots.
Okay, so do you want me to report Micah?
Yeah, this is 2-1 me, whatever that means.
Worse than 1 bitter reunion? Probably.
There was no report. So.
There was no report. Okay. I guess you're free to report it then.
Okay, I'm gonna click save.
But yeah, when I look at like bitter reunion, I really think of that Amonkhet card, Claim to Fame, where everybody was like, "Oh, Hasty Shadows is really good." It's not. Like, if you've got shadows and your shadows are surviving, you really don't need to give them haste.
Like 4 hours in the background during work every day.
And if your opponent sees bitter reunion sitting around, they're gonna know that you've got the ability to give haste. So you have to like reunion plus threat plus crack reunion in the same turn, and that's just like 4+ mana. 6 mana if you want to like reunion, shadow, crack reunion, battle rage.
I believe so. It's time for round 4.
G-Wagon. Here's a poo-poo list for great content if you're ever down. Well, I'm always curious about great or poo-poo lists for great content.
Alex.
So blue-white taking turns.
Ivan, aka Ivan Draw Go.
Fairy, big to fairy. Ending.
Thank you.
So I had a buddy locally that picked up taking turns because he was like convinced that he really wanted to play it and just
refreshing. It still says
like
one pairing.
rarely ever did.
On the second page.
He also got mad because I was playing like Grixis Shadow with Gurmag Anglers and Shadow and stuff, and I just like wreck his face every time.
Oh my god. Okay.
One time.
Please, Ivan / Alex. They're still playing. How much time do they have left?
No time.
Yeah, I remember there was a game where he was so excited because he was gonna Giga Drowse me into my turn and untap and like play his Time Warp and kill me. And he goes, Giga Drowse, tap all 4 of your lands. I'll tap that second Watery Grave twice or whatever. And I was like, okay, I'm gonna Stubborn Denial the one that's targeting this other Watery Grave. And he's like, okay, and then he untaps and plays his Time Warp, and I Stubborn Denial it. It's like,
Ivan,
God damn it.
Can you please move it?
They've been doing really well in FNMs, but that's just FNM, so do what you will with this gross thing. I mean, FNMs are like decent testing grounds. If you, I'll specify, FNMs are good testing grounds just to see if a deck can like goldfish halfway functionally. I don't think FNMs mean like anything in the grand scale of testing.
Okay, let me check again.
But I think if your goal is just to see like, all right, if I can hit my lands on curve, play some sort of spell on curve, then I think it's fine.
Golgari mid range with Gracis as another 9-0 or a 9-point player. And we have
I mean, like, you're gonna win a lot of games just because you have Teferi, which is impossible for some decks to answer, and like
Azorius Affinity, which is not really
that part's always nice.
at all.
I don't know why. Is there a reason these decks don't play like 4 exhaustion, or is there a reason you're not playing 4 exhaustion?
Homie with 4-color elementals.
I feel like that's just 3 mana Time Walk more often than not, which has got to be really, really good.
Arvalo, aka Ant RMTG, who's another 9-point homie. I don't know how deep this goes, so I'm just gonna stop with that because it's like the top something.
Good old Temporal Mastery.
I also see Dead Baby Unicorn up here with Scam reppin' as always.
The win conditions are like Jace Ultimate, Teferi, Big Teferi Ultimate, Snapcaster Beats,
round 4.
Subtlety Beats.
Before we move on to round 4, any missed pairings that want to get resolved right now?
Please, let us
before we pair the round.
You have 1 minute to tell me if your opponent's a dirty liar, and show us the screenshot that says, "Hey, you actually lost."
If there are no further objections, we will move on to round 4.
The young dingo throwing shade.
Sorry to everybody that was negatively impacted by the repairing. That sucks, I know. Definitely not something to want to have, but this was actually, I'm surprised. This is the 5th one we've done, and we've not had anything like that happen.
There's always something new every time we do one of these.
That is true. Hey, Taco, I see you in my camera. You got water on your face. Okay. So we are going to... No, this is a modern tournament, not standard. We are going to pair the round now. We've got no... Forever hold your peace. We got no...
I don't see any support tickets, any messages,
no messages.
All right. What do we got, Doghouse?
clicked it.
late.
Okay.
Show something fun.
Let's start the timer. All right. You have 10 minutes from 2:21
That was
to ensure that you start your match. So
yeah, that
if
was
it's,
round
you know,
4, so we're 2 and
2:31,
2.
31 your time. We have to before your opponent shows up. Let us know. So forgot to
Was
sign
that
in 'cause
round
you
4 or was
can't
that
set
round
the timer.
5?
All right.
That was round 4.
We're going ahead. Let's see if we can get.
What do we got? Something fun, please.
Is this? Hold up.
No scam.
I want to see this Golgari deck. Is Ian Kassoff here? In the.
Oh, is this Discord, Ian?
They are Graces. They are.
Let's grab them.
I think this is.
Would you like to be shown on screen for the feature match, Graces? Hang on. And once more, if your opponent, which is going to be. So
I think
Graces
this is
versus
Grimflayer Discord, Ian.
So Blind versus Ant RMTG, aka Anthony Arevalo.
Find out.
Please no screen sniping. Thanks.
Please don't cheat. Smile.
He is not streaming in the Grimflayer Discord.
Have a heart.
I think it's our Ian.
Okay, go ahead and screen share whenever you're ready, Grasses.
Yes.
I don't know. I didn't hear the last name.
I'm gonna order my.
But I heard Golgari and I heard Ian. I don't know the MTGO name yet.
Mid-range.
Never mind.
Creativity.
Not our Ian. Dang it.
Okay. Now, this is something that we've not seen very much of.
Definitely not our Ian.
Teething Wormlet. And when I say not seen very much of, we've seen exactly 0 copies of it on stream.
Finale.
I'm excited to finally see this card.
All right, I gotta Google Seething Wormlet real quick.
That's just like bad.
I have no idea what that card is.
Yeah, putting on delay is not a good viewer experience. So,
all right.
Modern staple: Asmarano, mURktide, Nicole Dakar.
Creature worm that says Teething Wormlet has Death Touch as long as you control 3 or more artifacts, and whenever an artifact enters the battlefield under your control, you gain 1 life. If this is the first time this is resolved, this turn, put a 1/1 counter on it.
All right.
So, in a deck like
as Death Touch, as long as you can control 3 or more artifacts, whenever an artifact enters the battlefield under your control, you gain 1 life. It's the first time this ability resolved this turn. Put a 1/1 counter on it.
And you can get a counter on it once every turn, twice a turn cycle, once on your turn,
I guess.
on your opponent's.
Magic card.
If I'm reading this correctly. So it can spiral out of control pretty quickly if you're able to throw down an Asmo with a cookbook early on. So Gilded Juice for Graces into Ant RMTG. Shocking in a Blood Crypt. Probably seeing Ren in 6. Yes, we are.
All right, immediately not looking good for the Asmo player.
Yeah, there's no reason to
plussing. Yeah.
Maybe if they hit a land.
Rips the land off the top for Grasses. Pretty good.
Beautiful draw. Yeah. This
finale for Asmo. Get a
finale if so chosen, and if not, we'll see something else happen.
I kind of don't hate
setup turn to get Wormlets if I were going to be.
Yeah, like I kind of don't hate just double Wormlet plus like Shadow Spear.
Something like that, and then you have 2 2/2s, which really
like
really.
That a lot.
That's a lot of pressure, and you're looking at very minimal interaction from the creativity deck because they have to put a bunch of like nonsense in their deck, right? It's like they need.
Oh, I asked for interesting. We got interesting. They're not playing the cookbook.
Finale of Devastation and Asmo.
Why?
Asmo is vulnerable to lightning bolts, and I believe there are 4 in the creativity list.
feel like you just play out the cookbook
over.
there.
There are 4 lightning bolts.
Unless they're planning on like
so actually,
double
this is
worm
pretty
plus
creative.
cookbook
Yeah.
next turn,
Yeah,
and then
I
like
saw
make
you said
a
that. I was like, I'm pretty sure
a
you do
food
that.
on their turn, trigger
it
both the
is true.
wormlets.
So
But
there's some really, really disgusting lines that the Jund deck has over the 4-color one,
Mhm.
where
Yeah,
you can
it's
like
there's a lot of persist angles and much.
who do I got
more
winning tomorrow? Super Bowl Sunday.
You get a 4 battle removal package plus. There's the lightning bolt.
And I really want to root
that
for
really blanks the turn from Gracious.
for the
See
Eagles.
what comes out. Oh, Cauldron Familiar. What a fun little friend. Okay,
I
so
don't-
we're gonna see 1 wormlet.
Like neither are teams that I'm particularly
This the term where they go wormlet.
interested in.
Cookbook would be pretty solid.
But I do know that Mississippi has more players playing in the Super Bowl than any other state, which is really fun.
And that
Just
leaves
randomly.
very few cards from MTG.
I'm probably going to say the Chiefs, I think, if I was betting.
Unfortunately.
But I would rather have the Eagles win than the Chiefs.
If you don't just play cookbook.
But if I was putting money on it, I would say the Eagles. Or I would say the Chiefs. Sorry.
If it is, you just sacrifice the goose. You're not in a great spot if they have the creativity.
Yeah, you're really
correct
not.
take.
You do have.
I figured it was okay. I have like a really tough time putting money against the Chiefs in any game, but
It's not that bad.
Patrick Mahomes just kind of makes stuff happen. Travis Kelce is insane.
You're not happy because you just got 3 for 1.
Can't stand Mahomes now. He runs off the field like a princess who needs to take a shit.
Yep, eating a teething worm.
That's funny.
Fine. That's 1 lightning bolt.
Yeah, like I said, I don't think I could realistically bet against the Chiefs in any game, especially since the Chiefs have like been on the big stage multiple times in the last few years, where the Eagles are like first time back in a minute. I say a minute. They had Nick Foles' run. I was like, what, 6-7 years ago?
Yep, there it is. So this is kind of fine. Gracious is going to be rewarded for not playing out the Asmo.
Not quite GG because they can play the Asmo.
Travis Kelce's the best ever, best tight end ever. The dude's a monster. He is insane. Like, I think Gronk is still best tight end ever, but I think Kelce will surpass like all of Gronk's numbers. But I would still rate Gronk the best tight end just because of like what he can do.
Thinking about discarding the Cauldron Familiar.
He won me my league by himself. Like, I think Kelce is gonna, like I said, pass all of Gronk's numbers. But a lot of that's going to be because Mahomes is going to throw for 4,500 plus yards a season. And Kelce is just going to be like the most reliable target on that offense year in and year out. But I think Gronk's upside is still higher than Kelce. And I think if Gronk played like full career, especially full career in an offense with somebody like Mahomes, then I think Gronk's numbers would be higher than Kelce's.
We are just not experienced enough with this.
A lot of that's like nitpicking.
To really have good input.
I think they're 1A, 1B.
We see.
And then Tony Gonzalez somewhere 3 or 4.
Discard the Shadow Spear.
I guess Antonio Gates is pretty high up there as well. And I think George Kittle can make a really good run in a few years. Top 10.
And then you can also.
I'll draft him easy, number 8 to 12. Talking about Kelce, yeah, I would take Kelce first round, absolutely.
I don't know if you want to attack though.
Not really a guy you have to worry too much about getting injured. Like, he's big, physical tight end.
Like this because
not going down easy.
Might be throwing away the wormlet to a persist.
Well, it works out.
All
I
right.
think you do it in their upkeep. That way you
Yeah.
can grow the wormlet.
Right.
Or I guess you could just wait for combat too.
Dude didn't murder people. He would have been greatest tight end ever.
Right.
Talking about Aaron Hernandez.
Then it. Well, I mean, this is just like not a great spot to be in.
I guess the downside, the hypothetical downside, if you do it prior to combat, is that they could have like.
Can't think of too many tight ends that went around murdering people.
Give it haste.
Right. They could also just like. Uh-oh. Also, if they remove the Asmo in response to you making a food token.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
This is why I
That's
think you're supposed to do it on your turn.
Gross.
Like you're trying to
That guy was legit.
trying to
Gronk would have been a nobody.
An extra counter
I think it would have been a 2 tight end. Like, I think, was it Philadelphia that ran it a few years ago with
the game, right? Like the upside is to get
what's his name out of Stanford?
and the downside happened. And I think that
like a tight end out of Stanford and someone else. They had 2 tight ends who were both like 6'8" and ran dual tight ends a lot. And I think they would just do that. And like Gronk's numbers wouldn't have been as good. I still think he'd be like really, really good. But Kelsey just gets the benefit of being like the guy in Kansas City year in and year out. Like Kansas City's rotated between receivers like God, who have they had the last few years? I don't even know who they've had on the outside the last 5-6 years. But doesn't really matter. Like Kelsey is going to be the guy every year.
And there's a block.
Might as well cast the goose, right? Better than discarding it.
Yeah.
Archon is so stupid.
Does he get a goose and a food?
You really can't afford to not play Archon.
That's
but
quite rough.
Man, that card is good.
I think you're supposed to cast the goose there.
Right. Get the food, get the creature. By not casting it, you're just
missing out on a creature.
Missing out, on a creature / blocker.
Summon sacrifice.
Like even if Ant finds a
that's rough. This matchup's gonna be very hard.
What's it called?
For the
Witch's Oven.
Gogaria mid-range
Like I still think they're just losing this
that
race to
against these
Archon.
Esque mid-range decks.
Bitter reunion. Hopefully there's not a persist here and Archon in the graveyard. Land in the graveyard, it's fine because that's not a persisted one.
Get like free value to pick up the land with
decks really struggle
Ren.
with like counter magic and hand disruption, and I don't think Grasses has either of those things. Are there a couple of Thoughtseize in the sideboard? Or in the main deck at all?
Sir,
What we got?
let me throw that away.
You know who I really miss at tight end that should have, I think should have been a lot better in the long run than he was. He was really, really good for such a short amount of time. Was Jimmy Graham. Like, Jimmy Graham had huge upside, and he was so good for a few years there. And then just kind of like completely fell off.
Hearst is good.
Like he was insane in New Orleans, and then went to
This is gonna be
went to Green Bay, and like wasn't that great in Green Bay. Then went to Seattle, wasn't great in Seattle. But Jimmy and Drew Brees in New Orleans was.
Did I? I'm still muted. Two Orvar. Okay. Decklist says 1.
That's okay if your decklist is wrong. Not a big deal.
It's fun. it's fine if it's.
Not that big of a deal. We'll just correct it if you make top 8.
Right.
For everybody hanging out watching
Yeah, it says
the
all.
Doghouse event right now, and then
Man, all this
watching the
food.
actual rounds of the showcase challenge when we get back to those. Thank you all for coming and hanging out. Always appreciate it. If you're not, if you're enjoying the content, the commentary, anything like that, feel free to hit the follow button. Doesn't cost you anything. Just lets you know when we go live.
That's scary.
And
because
exclamation
there's still people
YouTube in
trapped,
chat.
plus,
Trying to grow the YouTube
uh,
channel. So
looks like
if you haven't followed over on
you
YouTube,
killed
feel
one of
free
them.
to do that. And that's my
Yeah, luckily
plug
we
of
did the
shame.
fact check, right? Exactly.
Like a bolt. Kill the goose.
Trigger 1 red
Ooh,
bolt.
ooh. What? Lightning bolt? Okay, lightning bolt on the goose. I guess
Or
you could
goose.
say
Why?
that goose has been cooked.
But
Urza Saga, not gonna do it. Needed exactly finale.
Alright.
How can you confirm that he actually meant to put in 2 Orvar? Because it says 2 Orvar in the deck list right here. Just the
So
deck
what
list was
does
incorrect. Well, that's the second goose has been cooked
got
by me.
Terra Sunders? Orvar's good. I think Orvar's like really, really overrated in this matchup.
And what are the cuts here?
It's
Looks like
good, but I don't think it's like some insane unknown quantity now.
Magic related question. What resolution do you think they're playing on?
I think it's hardcast Orvar.
This looks like it's 1080 from them. And then it's getting downscaled over the stream.
30 by 30.
That guy got it. Resolutions. A little
It's
questionable.
really hard to tell or make out any of the text on the cards, that's for sure.
Well, see, here's the thing. You have to have an encyclopedic knowledge of all modern cards. So, yeah, I think this is just like 1080 resolution. And it's
Open deck list. Think you could slide into Emmy as the creativity player here?
Discord, maybe?
You could,
I
like,
think it's even
very well could. Not necessarily free because you're running like Orvar or you're running Archons and like 1 Emrakul. But I guess if you're running like 2 Emrakul, you could just ditch all the Archons, run 2 Emrakul.
Sega Genesis resolution.
But if you know your opponent is playing Orvar and you already have an Emrakul in the board, then yeah, you're 100% bringing it in.
The pixels are designed on the Genesis to support.
I also don't know like if Archon or if the creativity deck like always plays an Emrakul. Maybe if Mill's making a big uptick, you're like more than likely playing an Emrakul. But
the CRT TV was designed. The Sega Genesis was designed with CRT TVs in mind, so they look really like much more crisp on those types of TVs rather than on our modern day uber high res stuff.
mouse and keyboard.
I'd also like to petition to just have Mill change its name to Crab Control. It's like,
I would recommend.
You don't care about milling anymore. You're just play a bunch of crabs, a bunch of fetch lands, and Field of Ruins and stuff. Drown in the locks, fatal pushes.
Glorious.
Maybe you play a mill spell in there somewhere, but now you're even playing like a planeswalker that tries to ancestral visions. You're not mill.
On the side of grasses. Split
Insane
Urgot on the
Goon.
keyboard.
Got a match started.
Check your results in.
Zuga. All right. Darcy, some interaction. Hard time throwing this back. Plenty of ways it could go wrong, but here we are. Back-to-back mURK. Back-to-back mURK. Holy Heat, Bolt, Ragavan, Channeler. Do they have all the options? Survey says. There we go. All right. Thoughtseize is a decent pickup here. All right. They've got the mURktide, which means I don't want to Thoughtseize here. And I guess if I'm Thoughtseize taking mURktide, it's kind of fine. Yeah. Kind of thinking maybe I wanted to, like, let them cast or dash Ragavan. But I think if my opponent just, like, top decks a... what's it called? Top deck's like a counter spell, it gets awkward for me. Could go to try to bolt myself. Well, that gets Delirium, so bolt myself goes out the window. All right. Heat, unknown, unknown. Oh boy. Yep. Double heat, Delirium. Other Thoughtseize would be decent. Got it. Okay. What is my... Found a mURktide. Crap. Okay. So we've got to take a hit off the mURktide. Maybe not. Guess I just have to go for double shadow here. The first Unholy Heat. If they cast one into turn here, I bolt myself. Not. What is the reasoning there? You have to spell pierce. Is that what this is? Okay. This turns on delirium. Yep. Not much we can do there. Now they just have heat this one, heat the other one. Yeah. Gross. Terminate. Yeah. I want these pendings. Kind of feel like I just don't want the pendings. We're gonna go without them. Oh. Maybe I actually want the Inquisitions more than I think. Inquisition over. Sure. Sure. Kind of curious how this is gonna play out. Like, if they kill Ragavan, maybe I just bid a reunion on 2. If I do that, is there a way to set up just like playing double shadow one turn and killing them? Rag on rag violence. Play Ragavan. Bet shock. Play Spellbomb. Okay. Kept the card on top. Yep. Right. Bolt. Okay. We could go bet shock, play shadow, hold up bolt. I guess is okay. What they do. Alright, so this is pretty good for us. This means we can bolt ourselves, hit with a big shadow, play Turok, or play Scourge. Do this now. Got a spell pierce, make them fire off that. Good afternoon. How's it going? With this Steam Vents double island, I'm not really afraid of getting like bolted out. Thing. Dash, Ragavand's fine. They could have Spell Snare. Snare the Scourge. How afraid or not afraid am I of Spell Snare? It's not enough to not do anything. Yeah, so they're probably just sitting on a Spell Pierce. Flip over Delirium. You just have a chunky Scourge. So what would I like to see here? Blood Moon pass. I'd be down for that. Looks like they've got more to do than just Blood Moon pass. All right. What's your play? Got 7 cards in hand. They cannot triple Unholy Heat or triple Bolt unless they're running Manamorphose. Looks like a mURktide. Yep. mURktide, Ragavan. Good draw. Good draw. Alright. Options. We just bolt the Ragavan, swing with both. They have to block the Scourge. Option number 2, we attack first to see if they like block Ragavan on Scourge, take Shadow, and we just bolt them for lethal. I want to play around Spell Pierce if possible. If I bolt Ragavan, they Spell Pierce, I pay for it, attack. Alright. Yeah. Do I care if they've got... I think I'm just attacking with Scourge and passing. Oh. I'll attack like Scourge Ragavan. Protect myself from a dashed Ragavan on the way back. I think the only way I lose there is if I like attack all out, they kill the Ragavan, untap, like dash or Ragavan of their own. Maybe they've got like Ragavan, Bolt, Heat, and they dash Ragavan of their own back, put me down to 6, then just have like Bolt, Bolt. So try to play around that a little bit. On the draw, I think I want a couple prismatic endings on the draw. Just ways to deal with turn 1 Ragavan. Too exciting, is it? Probably have to keep it. Bobble Otawara. They keep a 1-lander with an Otawara. Nice for me, right? I only know about Breach. Yep. Counterspell to the bin. Almost assuredly means they're looking for second land. Hit it. Yeah, this is 100% digging for second land. Okay. I would love a 1-mana answer to their Ragavan. Something that I would be able to cast here, deal with their Ragavan, hit with mine, and then be able to like hold up terminate. Yeah, I could hit Scourge. Oh my god, I'm good at this. Carry on. Okay. What do we got? That was pretty lucky. No lie. No cap. Hit a 1-mana wave dealing with Ragavan. Cycle the Street Wraith for like just the off chance that we hit a Scourge and actually hit one. Okay. So we're just attacking with both. Is that right? See where the block is. They block Scourge. We go for the Terminate. They would have to fetch and do something to stop that. I kind of want to play out this Ragavan. It makes Breach a little bit better. If I get rid of the first Ragavan, it protects me from like them dashing a Ragavan back. I can like Breach pending a 1-drop or something. They know I've got a Breach though, so on 2. Well, I blow up EE with Ragavan, and then we just Breach back Scourge at our play. Is there any reason that I would rather just like Curse? Bit of 3. Go. Another mURktide. Don't know what this is. Expressive iteration. Not expressive. Another EE on 2. Okay. Oh boy. EEs today. I don't really need to shock. Shock like presents lethal, but they're gonna crack this EE anyway. I don't know if I want to lose 2 life on the shock yet. I do like a consider. Spell Bomb seems whatever. Okay. Is there any argument for just like Shadow plus Hearse? Or is second Breach Scourge just better? Like, how do I lose the game from here? If I cast Breach and they've got a Spell Pierce, does that lose me the game here? No, because I can just cast Shadow. If I cast Shadow, like Shock in Blood Crypt, cast Shadow, cast Hearse. I guess I cast Hearse first in case they have Spell Pierce. And then cast Shadow and save Breach for next turn. Does that lose me the game anywhere? I think I like the Hearse line. It didn't matter too much. Couple card types, play Shadows, say go. Okay. Well. We lose the game from here. Some combination of this stuff. And they get the lightning bolt. Gross. Alright. So if I breach back a Scourge, that's whatevs. Breach back Scourge and Bauble. Counterspell. 1, 2, 3, sack, bauble. So yeah, bauble first. 3. Sack, bauble. Throwing into Tarn is fine. Scourge. 2, 3. Done. Spell. Bolt. They've got Consider in hand. And exile sorcery. I don't have enough mana to terminate into Shadow. I mean, I guess I could like terminate, hit with Ragavan, play Shadow, but I don't think a 2/2 Shadow is like doing that much for me. I think I'd rather have the 9/9 Scourge. Just way less ways of like actually getting this off the board. Does suck that they just have another expressive iteration right away, so they get Delirium. Exile Lightning Bolt. Okay. Terms and conditions are accepted. Damn these EIs. Expressive Iteration is a pretty fucked up Magic card. Like, you don't really think about just how much that card does until it gets cast against you a bunch, and then you're just like, shit. Alright, so kill this. Think I'm supposed to just like go ahead and exile some stuff. Just make a mURktide worse. Sorcery. Spell sorcery creature. That does take them off delirium. Okay. And we'll play a tap Blood Crypt. I don't need to take any more damage. Doesn't do me any good. Yep. Okay. Bruh. Stop with the expressive iterations. Please. No more iterations. Calm thyself. Defense to exile. Okay, do you have a 1-drop? Yep. Alright, removal spell. Any removal spell. Son of a bitch. Heck. I feel like I'm not asking for the impossible here, but so I can take sorcery again. Still got delirium. Cannot take them off of delirium now, so just work on shrinking mURktide. Bruh. All 4 expressive iterations. All 4 iterations. They've seen 18 going up to like 23 or 21 more cards than we have. Is that all 4 ledger shredders too? Yes. Removal spell. Removal spell. Thank you. Iteration. Some land. Terminate the bird. Go. Holy shit. 4 shredders, 4 iterations, double EE. What else did they say? 1, 2 considers, counterspell. God bless. A mURktide, Ragavan. My God. All right, let's update our match results. That one was. I feel like that game should have been over 10 turns sooner. Like, we had all the stuff we needed. We had a hot start. They stumbled. And still just like draw after draw after draw. Those ledger shredders into iterations over and over again is such an insane value line. At least looks like they didn't decide in dress down. They did have dress down because we saw it game 2, right? They like ditched it to a shredder. They did have dress down, just I guess never saw it. Going through 40 cards and never seeing dress down is kind of crazy. All right, so what do we got here? Goryo's Vengeance.
The Shambling Gas could then push up the
like Rakdos, Goryo's Vengeance, and
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I definitely
there.
Yeah, there's in my mind.
Dolphy's just like game over here, right?
That's very sad.
If they don't have an answer to Dolphy, like
watching
now.
Somebody die to their own bobs.
I did watch that too. Yep. Feels Delta Man.
Feels Delta Man. Yeah, so Emrakul has protection from colored spells. So even if he thought that he was playing against control, what in control instance? Oh no, you just back it up here because now they're just gonna
game over.
What?
Grief your Emrakul, exile to Dolphy, cast it. Ugh. Disgusting.
But we got some grindy cards in the sideboard at least.
Oh man.
You do, and there's also through the
some light in here.
Nice little way to get around Dolphy.
Light switch.
There's also Fatal Push, Feed the Swarm, Nil Hill Spellbomb.
That's disgusting.
Scammy stuff. I don't think you're favored in this matchup at all. I think you really need to like have scammed them. Scam the scammers.
I think when you have the opportunity to try to cheese out a win against Scam, you absolutely should take it. That's all they're trying to really do against you is cheese out a win.
I wonder what happened game 1 that they're like
cheating on mana, putting something busted.
Talking about this so much.
And then
guess top decking another Emrakul there would still win, right? No, because they would go to discard the Emrakul and it gets exiled to the opponent's Dolphy. So
if you have an opening, I think
they never get a chance to Goryo's Vengeance.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, so that game goes significantly different if you just go for the Emrakul there, right? So they were at 7.
Plus, like,
the land
if you don't scoop there, your opponent griefs your or your Emrakul, and then they just cast Emrakul off Dolphy. And they get an extra turn because of Emrakul's trigger, and then they attack and wipe out your entire board.
And then you just got to swing twice. And guess what? Dolphy can't block. So
because they're casting the card off of
that sucks.
off Dolthy. They're not just
That's-
like
that's
putting it
fun.
into play. And yeah, Emrakul's extra turn's a cast trigger.
I do like seeing this deck though. I've gotten I 5-0'd with this back in 2021 in the winter, and
Something
It's
that
such a
spotted
specific
this year
recollection.
in
Like, yeah, I 5-0'd with this deck in
the
2021 in the winter.
this deck.
It was
has
it was
a-
23 degrees outside. 4 sparrows were
Yeah.
chirping in the yard.
Maybe a month or two ago.
I had just had my second cup of
Trending
community
deck.
coffee light roast.
That's
Like,
brave. Yeah, I
Yes.
kind of like it with Goryo's Atraxa. I lost to gosh, I'm just gonna space on name right now, but I lost to Atraxa against Goryo's earlier this week.
That's kind of sweet. Were they playing like the old Goryo Obzadot shell, pretty much?
No, it was
No?
it was it was essentially just a white black scam.
Oh.
They had like Greaves, Solitudes, Ephemerates. Oh, and they also had Faithful Mending.
Esper
So,
Goryo's
Speaking of
Vengeance.
scam,
That's
All
the
right.
deck I haven't heard in a minute.
Yeah, Traxxas Scam's pretty cool. Yeah, because you can pitch Atraxa to Solitude, you can pitch it to Grief, you can pitch it to
yeah,
like
you want
Force
like
of Will, Endurance.
even when it's
But
bad
Force
in your
is
hand,
different.
just pitch it.
Profane
Yeah.
Tutor.
And
Well,
they
that's
also
the
had
Pokeball, though.
Gristlebrand too, to Goryo's back. So
See what
Gristlebrand
Stompy's
and
able to
Gristlebrand
put
Ephemerate.
together here.
Yeah, let him cook.
I don't have
Every time we
very
see him
much
cook,
going on.
that'd be relevant.
Profane Tutor's suspend 2, right? So it doesn't come off next turn, but the turn after.
Yeah, she's super pitchable and
Thoughtseize your
breedable.
Thoughtseize. Pretend like I didn't hear that last part.
I mean, they are on a 1-lander, so like,
Saga. Slam it. Attack for 1.
Slam it. Go for 1 because you're not blocking.
Passing.
I don't know what all this.
So what are you looking to get here?
I should have looked more at the sideboard when Rakdos was sideboarding. Didn't see much of the main deck, so I'm kind of curious.
Okay. I mean, you have Profane Tutor, so you get to tutor up whatever you want. You could get
Fatal Push.
Goryo's. You could get Fatal Push. You could get Fable. You could get
Opponent didn't
Emrakul.
show up.
Ooh, Underworld Cookbook draw. Nice. Very big.
What's your MTGO name? I can look you up.
So they got Goryo's. They're going to be blocking this turn. Dawdy. That's fine.
I was Weiner. Found you.
Grief not coming in? No, Grief is coming in.
Trade Grief for a Epicure and a
Indeed.
Construct.
I gotta buy.
Block.
Alright, I'm gonna give you the win.
I think if they had an Undying effect, I'd rather see them like attack first.
Everything's dead.
Because you know they tutored up something. They played the Saga before the Vengeance came off suspend. So, like, they've got a card in hand that they intentionally went and got.
And a token is being generated.
And I doubt it was
We're
basic Swamp.
seeing a Shadow Spear gotten from the Saga. Saga is now also underneath the... Oh my goodness gracious. That is a hand of uncastable spells.
What to take, what to take.
Nice.
Blood Moon, Fable. Wow. And you're going to
Probably
6 as
definitely take a
well.
Fable,
So
right?
you're dead to Bolt. Yeah, you take Fable, but you're dead to Bolt.
Top deck Bolt.
Fury's pretty bad because you can just make a token in response. I don't really like that.
Save it.
Oh, they
It's-
probably pitched a Blood Moon, right?
Yeah, I think that was a Blood Moon that got pitched.
I think you know what Dead Baby Unicorn was going for was he was hoping that the last card was Emrakul.
Right.
And then forcing that to be pitched so you can cast it with Dothy.
Yeah, I think so as well. So we know he's not dead to Lightning Bolt because there's no Emrakul. Or sorry, there's no Lightning Bolt in hand. That's Fear's the draw. Fatal Push is an insane draw too. So
game over for Stompy.
Stompy's
This
gonna get this game off the back of the Robo doing the mostest, as long as he doesn't target his own creature, which he did not, and goes for 6.
As long as he doesn't target his own creature. Good call.
2-turn swing. 2-turn lethal. Damn.
I mean, you were kind of forced to Fury there. I don't think you had an option.
That was a really good game.
Diabolic Edict.
I kind of counted Stompy Robo out too soon.
Diabolic Intent, sorry.
I thought after being scammed turn 1, it was lights out.
We're going to see a scam turn 1 most likely again this game. So it's still, it's still not over yet.
I wonder why it's got Blood Moon in. Just for Saga? Maybe see like one cheesy Blood Moon. I don't think you want multiples of it.
1 second.
Seems really, really easy for the Orio's Vengeance deck here to get basic Swamp.
Minimal changes from the side of Stompy Robo. Those Fables are still in post board. I like the Fables post board. It really gives you some inevitability in the grindy matchup like Scam is, where you're just top decking against each other. I think Fable gives you quite a bit of card selection, and it's pretty good. I also like cutting the Diabolic Intents just because you don't really have the excess creatures to sacrifice in this matchup either. Against the mono removal deck, I think Stompy Robo sideboarded quite well. I was looking to cut 2 more cards. I'd probably go for the Shambling Gas out. They don't do that much. Or you can cut the Epicure, but at least the Epicure, like, gives you a clue token. You're not a big fan of Shield's Edict and Scam. You're still in the Sudden Edicts. I think Shield's Edict is probably better than Sudden Edict, but I'm still not a fan. Dark House has been good. There was a couple of problems where we had to repair round 3, but aside from that hiccup, it's been going pretty smoothly. Reveal Giganta. Oh, Stompy Robo said he's got to be right back, so... Oh, it's just me, chat.
What does Shambling Gas do?
Make sure you play the next one, hell yeah.
Gotta look up Shambling Gas. I think it's like make a treasure. It's like -1/-1.
Row on it. It's kind of scary looking. It's probably gonna get
Shambling.
It's getting green screen.
No, it's not. That's the Ginger that's getting green screened. You can see the blue balls.
When it dies, choose 1. Target creature gets -1/-1 until end of turn. Create a treasure token. So yeah. I guess it's fine.
We had
ish
90 people actually submit deck lists, I think. So it didn't quite fill up. Not the full 120.
Maybe not. Like maybe you say I don't have a way to get Asmo into play. That's kind of bad.
16 sign up.
My hand really doesn't do anything proactive.
Slap on posting on Reddit.
But at the same time, you can like play out gas turn 1. If they play a Ragavan, you play out gas. They kill it. You make a treasure. You can still fatal push. You didn't find a land.
On the bottom. Yeah, there's standings right here. You got 4-0. You got Pete Williams on Rakdos Scam. You got
Scam everywhere.
Which Ant playing Creativity. You got Huang playing Elementals. You got
Call this mURktide.
Oh man, I forgot what their username was. But they're also
matches still.
Elementals. You got Salty Saint Nick, 4-0 on Demir. Mill.
Gas kills Rag in that case. It could, yeah. You could either put the counter on it or just
Suspect 3-1 on Mill.
make the
Got 3
treasure.
ones still. Tons of 3-1s.
But like you don't get to do both. So if you don't hit
It's a good thing.
the land, then
Stompy's AFK.
if you kill the Ragavan and just sit on the push, like you're still not doing anything.
I wasn't expecting that.
So I
No
don't know.
Amulet. There was only like a select.
3-2 still alive. Yeah, we had a ridiculous game 3 against mURktide right there.
Do have,
They saw all 4 ledger shredders and all 4 expressive iterations. They dug through like 42 cards of their library. And we ended up winning with a Scourge out, like a 9/9 Scourge. And a, what's it called? Hearse.
Not there. Turn 1. Thoughtseize or Shambling Ghast? I would assume it's Thoughtseize here.
Probably Thoughtseize, yeah.
Looks like Dead Baby Unicorn took an intense mulligan down to 5. Dothy Voidwalker, Fable of the Moonbreaker,
Path of
Land.
Peril?
I think you snap off the Fable of the Moonbreaker. Because you can beta push the Dothy on untap, so I think that's fine.
Dothy doesn't really matter to you.
Why Path of Peril? Kills Asmo and stuff, but
no, respect the cat.
Yeah, there was that one.
Respect the cat lose.
Glad to hear that it.
Oh snap!
Like, ow! What the?
Respect the cat. Got hit by Oops all spells. Didn't know that was still a deck.
Hey, what a good draw!
Same.
Wow. That's insane.
I get the
Love the next comment. What once was will always be. For Game of Thrones fans.
Well, not the Shambling Ghast, but the land.
The land's a good draw for sure.
I wonder if they're supposed to just like suspend the Profane Tutor there. Like, do you care about getting Shambling Gas down?
Number 3 on the side of Stompy Robo, just ripping lands off the top. Drawing lands like John Avon, baby. Attack for 1, no attack for 1. Hedging against the Dash Ragavan, I like it.
I do too. I've seen many a person lose to a Dash Ragavan.
Some with a Ledger Shredder, perhaps?
Oh, it feels awful when your opponent like dashes that monkey, hits Thoughtseize, hits removal spell for your dude, and just like completely 180s a game. That's a good draw.
Now you can.
Such a good draw.
Chase, get it back, Asmo.
Wow.
It's all coming together for Stompy right now.
This looks really good for Stompy. Like we know there's a Path of Peril in hand, but I mean, so does Stompy. But this is like where you want to be.
Opting not to play second cookbook. I feel like playing second cookbook is pretty free.
Or do not play second cookbook, especially with the Daredevil in hand.
That kills all creatures, not all permanents. So playing the second cookbook is probably something you want to be doing. Oh, we have Hitotsugu too.
The Hitotsugu. Nobody played around that.
Holy shit. Stompy playing around the Hitotsugu.
Alright, Stompy Robo sees the future. Sees the Hitotsugu.
Nasty. I think they missed.
Gotta get the right.
Yeah.
Figure it out to throw an upkeep.
Misclicked into.
Comes Emrakul.
I'd love to see this. Let's go.
And it's got haste.
Every permanent.
Nice.
Now it's looking like Dead Baby Unicorn is gonna take after the namesake. Going to 2.
We're probably gonna see a hard cast oval chase here.
That's what having too many stops does to a person. Oh, I guess Oval Chaser, Bennett, Asmo.
Just hard cast the Daredevil. For the style points, hard cast the Daredevil.
Alright. So you need to top deck either Fury or land plus removal spell. And we see the GG's coming out of Dead Baby Unicorn, and Stompy Robo takes that match, does a little bit of a mouse victory celebration dance. Thank you.
Our match coming up. Like Kevin says, 3-2. We're still technically alive. How many rounds is this? 270 players. To just like get rid of all of the all right, there we go. So 9 rounds. 9 rounds. Top 100. We don't want top 100. We want top 8. Love to play first. Ooh, 4 lands, Ragavan. I would ship this in a heartbeat on the draw, but on the play, I gotta put my faith in Ragioli. Oh boy. Creativity. Creativity. It's a sweet dwarven mine. I don't think I've ever seen the foil one before. Okay. Let's attack him with Ragavan. Play play whatever, fetch shock. Cycle Wraith. I want to Darcy first and then Inquisition. Reach. Like, I want Breach, but I don't think I want Breach right now. This puts Inquisition in the yard. Next turn, I fetch. That puts up to 6 cards in my yard. I could bobble. I feel like I don't want this. But I might just like have to take it. Like it's better than just a random top deck. Alright, they have a Fire and Ice. They have double Fable. Not double Fable, they have 1 Fable. Take that. I don't know. I'm pretty on the fence as to whether or not I want that Breach. Fire me. Okay. I mean, now that they've done that, I feel like I have to just breach back Ragavan. Maybe flip over a shadow. Yes. Yes, we're doing things. All right. Now we go bobble. Darcy's whatever. Transmogrify. I can bobble again, right? Because I bobble, flip over whatever Darcy sees. And that gives me bobble back in the yard so I can still shadow. Yep. Okay. Reasonable draws. Reasonable draws are reasonable. So I know they've got double creativity, transmogrify, archon, unknown. If I fetch and shock to 5, bolt them, it's 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Could be dead to double bolt. So I just like play around that by not doing that. I guess yeah, I can get basic swamp here, hit them for 6, put them down to 8, pass the turn, and this keeps me from being dead to double bolt. I've got creativities covered. Don't care about those. It's technically they could like try to transmogrify me, whatever. Probably still dead, even if they like creativity my shadow or something. So I just hit any creature off shadow, I bolt them, push the token. Okay. Want blood moons. Want EE. Don't love terminate, but better than push, just in the sense that it can kill an Archon. Want to be pretty aggressive, pretty low to the ground. On the Raws, so Ragavan's worse. Do something like that. I want prismatic ending for any reason. It's Fable, hits tokens, but it's sorcery speed. Also, maybe just want like a piece of grave hate. As always, very, very number oriented detail sideboarding. Everything is perfectly calibrated. No mistakes were made. Shadow. Alright, so let's get Blood Crypt. I'm gonna cycle Wraith, because if I find a Thoughtseize, I'd probably rather cast the Thoughtseize. But I don't find a Thoughtseize like such. Alright. Expect Ren downtick. Mm-hmm. I kind of like just Blood Crypt, play one Shadow. They go for Ren Ping because they big brain. Spell pierce my bolt. My bolt targeting myself. Mari command my shadow. Okay. All right. If I find a fetch land, that's doesn't really make a lot of sense for me to show them Blood Moon here. I'm going back on the play game 3. Creativity here. I sack Scourge because it's just going to get shrunk. No creativity. So if that's the case, we're just going to fire off this Blood Moon here. See what happens. Nice. Nice. Rin ping me double bolt. Come on. Come on. Ah. Why? Why does everybody have to be a lightning bolt deck nowadays? Now I've shown them Blood Moon. We got a trim on one of those. Dang it. Why do you have to have double bolt? Don't think I had anything that could play around that. Maybe if I attacked it Rin the turn before, but was not thinking double bolt. All right. Good hands. Good hands. This is fine. We can always like turn 1 Inquisition, turn 2 Bitter Reunion. Want to keep what's on top. Thoughtseize. I don't think I want another Thoughtseize effect. 2's already fine. All right. It's good. It's yep. Show me your Veil of Summer. Veil of Summer. All right, so we take Fire and Ice, so we can play out Shadow. Then are we losing to Prismari Command? I could just like take the Prismari Command, not play out the Shadow here. Oh wait, no, Transmogrify is only a creature. So yeah, that's kind of okay. Transmogrify is only a creature. Okay. So let's go Agadine. Bitter Reunion. Bitch. Catacombs. Pack in with Shadow. Yep. And we'll Inquisition the Prismari command. At least try our best to. God! Ugh! Hate that card. Hate Veil of Summer so much. So if we end up losing this game, that's what I'm looking back at. Is that Veil of Summer right there. Because now if they're able to like Prismari command, make a treasure, find a creativity. Second Veil of Summer? Two damage, make a treasure. So the last card is a lightning bolt. All right. To untap, find Fable. As one does. All right. Discard an Archon. Find what? Shadow. Shadow off the top. Shadow. 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 Not quite, but we are gonna attack with it. I can sack Bitter Reunion and give this haste. Find a bolt. Okay. Shadow. 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 That has power and toughness. Weird play. Should have iced it, drawn a card, then stayed back to block. Possibly. I'm supposed to go for this. Reach. Okay. Dead to so much, it's insane. We're clenching. We're clenching. Not dead to a blood crypt. Something. It might be cussing us out in chat. I don't know. Maybe they top decked a creativity and they don't have a way to make a token. I don't know. Gonna keep doing this till something happens. Worst case scenario, we're in like some weird paradox where the game can't continue until I uncross my fingers, in which case I'd rather just be stuck like this. They'll time out in 15 minutes. Like, what can you possibly have that you're not either, yes, I die, no, I win, or I have one play to make, I've got to go for whatever it is. Slow rolling a persist. Persist kills me. Nothing I can do about it. Maybe they've got another transmogrify and they're trying to decide if they want to like transmogrify my Scourge. But if that's your only play, then you kind of just have to go for it and like. Yeah, like a Dwarven Mine, you just cast it out. Or not a Dwarven Mine, a Fable of the Mirror Breaker. Just kind of play it and. I don't know. I have my chat turned off, so I can't see what they're saying anyway if they're typing angrily at me. But come on. Either you kill me, I kill you, or you have a play that maybe pushes it for another turn. These are your options. Like I said, I'm not uncrossing these fingers until something happens. But this is going to get really uncomfortable around minute 5. Honestly, it's kind of uncomfortable now, but, you know. Scratch the eye a little bit. I wonder, I guess I can kind of like click the mouse. Just gonna pull up the dog house while we gotta like type Twitch. Twitch up. Something while we wait. This is slow roll too. I'd be fuming. I mean, I'm not gonna be fuming because ultimately, like, I got nowhere to be. But
yeah, none of us have enough facial hair. True, Patrick Sullivan.
Like, it's big enough to see, but not big enough to block the screen.
Dylan has 4 pentads, 1 Sphere of the Sun,
still crossed.
And 4 Talon.
If they're slow rolling me, like, I got nowhere to be anyway, so whatever. But
the MDF.
I don't think there's really a reason to slow roll here, right?
Both.
Yeah, you're right. Using it as
how long has this been on fetch?
Vengevine now.
You mean on this? This is just a fetch I saw in their hand earlier. Like, it's gone. They've already played it. It's just kind of sitting out there.
Which is insane in this matchup.
The last action that's been taken is they played Blood Crypt, but it's been about 4 minutes.
Oh, it taps for Forest. I'm like, was that
no.
Urborg?
Not Urborg. If it's Urborg, the game would be over.
Yeah, game would just be done.
Oh, we found the Oops All Spells player. That's kind of fun.
Dance between Forest. Yeah, Vengevine on the defense.
Man, Baseju really clutch. I think that was a 1-of too.
I believe it was as well.
When Baseju first came out.
Baseju just strip mine the MDFC lands.
Stuff, I was
gross.
Always just really happy.
The real reason Oops All Spells died, not the Spirit Guide ban.
Have 0 color fixing. If you hit the right one, 0 in terms of the lands, I should say.
Did something happen?
There's no duels. I mean,
they passed to their second main phase.
Vengevine die very soon, if not right now. Dylan's ready. I love the has the concede button ready.
I feel like it skipped the second main phase there.
That's very much something that I do. I just like get the concede ready because it's happening.
Wait. This is like when somebody puts the F6 paper in Paper Magic.
Yeah.
Very much the same feeling.
Just to not rope out. Yeah, it moved. So do we think they're just like salt timing us out?
Okay. So let's see.
Or not timing us out, but just like salt delaying.
Fragmentize is pretty playable.
How many Charbelchers do you want?
I don't think you really need Charbelcher.
Feels like it.
They have some 1-mana graveyard hate.
All right.
From the Urza Saga.
Match ended.
So I don't know. Bringing in like
nice
1 or maybe all 3. I don't know.
Drawing in 2.
Oh, yeah,
so Spellbomb into Bloodstained Mire, Battle Rage eventually. Okay.
unlicensed.
Let's update
Those are what it is.
the
Yeah, I'd bring it
match
in.
results. It uncrossed my fingers finally.
Felt like packs.
Ooh.
Play some more charbel cheese.
My keyboard's been having issues, and I went to type round 6, and the 6 key got stuck, and it was just like 6.
All right. Let's watch Oops All Spells.
Fragmentize.
Man, it's cold in here. Why is it so cold?
Fragmentizing's really good in this matchup, and hopefully
Right.
that'll be enough.
Fragmentize is like your best card, for sure.
Yeah, it definitely is kind of insane because you can hit Saga, you can hit Aether Vial, you can hit Token, you can hit, it all.
Dylan talking.
Fragmentize. Destroy target artifact or enchantment with mana value 4 or less.
Damn, Dylan.
Is that...
That's
I
really
mean,
funny,
it would have
though.
made the game a
Is
lot
that better than Wear and Tear?
to say do the Black Source. Yeah.
Because, I mean, you could 1 mana instant speed destroy any enchantment with Tear. 1 white instant speed. The Wear half, you got to pay the 2 instead of the 1, but still instant speed.
Sorry for those that were negatively impacted by the round 3 shenanigans.
Wonder if that's any better.
This is definitely a hand of cards. You don't have payoffs, so I think you have to ship it.
Can't keep this either, I don't think. I mean, you could and hope to get lucky.
Could. I don't hate that. Okay, this one's like kind of amazing.
Kind of amazing because of Talisman of Hierarchy. They're a good 4 mana artifact, or maybe they want the versatility of 1 mana. Like, I'm assuming they want the versatility of 1 mana, and you can't run Nature's Claim because your win condition is like actually dealing damage. So you can't just like gain them some amount of life. But I feel like the instant speed of being able to Wear or Tear is better than the 1 mana hit both. But at the same time, like, look at this hand. They couldn't cast Wear with it. Maybe they just have enough white mana to where the 1 mana on Fragmentize
10 minutes you
or Fragmentize only being white is important. But, like, Tear wouldn't get there.
Well, it's been about...
Not sure.
3, so 5,
it's been about
7.
Like 5 minutes.
It's been about like 8 minutes.
8, alright, yeah. Put it on 42 minutes then.
So I bet the fact that it's like white mana only, but then
your opponent doesn't show up,
disenchant is a question.
Ask them if they're around. If they don't respond,
I don't know.
let them
It's
know.
probably a curve consideration, like the fact that
Oh no! You again coming out to destroy.
The fact that on turn 2 you're trying to play like a mana rock, so you probably only have like turn 1 to really interact, so you can hit like Leyline or something
so
on
mean.
1. Leyline of the Void or...
That's... Oof,
that was
worst
a
draw.
terrible draw. You do not want that. You do not want that
He's
at
trying
all.
to bid it. He's like, get out of my hand. I don't want
Let
you.
me throw this trash away. You're only good when you're in my
See,
graveyard.
Tiago, do I have any
Plus,
news
he
from
sees
Yama
the
Killer?
Black Source.
Not that I'm aware of.
Yeah.
Why is
Yeah, he does.
something going on with
Masaju
Yama Killer?
The most
The
heavy
last
lifting of
time
Eddie
I
Basaju.
heard or spoke or anything with Yama Killer was the RCQ in Atlanta back in like November, whenever that was. He was asking on Twitter if somebody had a couple cards, and I said that I did, and he said he might hit me up for them, but I didn't hear anything, so I assumed he found the cards. Other than that, I haven't seen anything.
Yep. And it's an oval chase.
discard.
Man, that hurts. Well, there's still.
But I see he was asking on Twitter last
really
week if it's
then
possible at
there's
all to
the,
defer a DreamHack
Lightning
invite,
Bolt MDFCs. Then there's the.
which I know a buddy of mine's trying to is
Palookas,
qualified for
Items away
California,
from
but
the
trying to defer it to Dallas. So
Yeah, the really expensive bad
Maybe.
discard spell.
Yeah. Man, Besage is a beat. This game is probably over, as you're going to see.
looks like a few people have responded that there have been some defers.
I would imagine. Perhaps a
Is there any
tournament
particular reason that you're asking?
Saga. A lot of friendly banter.
I just realized, did he not make a token?
No, actually did not make token. Just made food. Got the pair down into mill. S-Pig, S-Pig, S-Pig. God, I love those little.
Might have to go turn the heater on.
S-Wiz.
Still not passing
S-Hat.
priority.
Can't feel my toes.
Passing priority, just like sitting here malding, S-Pigging in the chat. Well, maybe not malding.
Go and watch
Yeah, it's definitely S-pigging.
He's definitely S-Pigging.
watch the commentators as well.
S-Pig.
The Stompy Robolist is so good.
Followed his content a lot during the pandemic, and then they always sent raid here for you. Fair enough, yeah. Like I know
Rakdos,
Yama was getting like pretty annoyed at modern and like competitive Magic, and was taking like a bit of a hiatus. But I have seen him posting a lot of like RCQ and some Magic related stuff in the last couple months. So maybe he's thinking about making a stream return. Of course, I'd love to see him streaming again.
Asmodex seem to be coming back in like a pretty decent.
I always got a kick because for a while there, he was in trouble with WotC's MTGO reimbursement platform because he kept like filing for reimbursement like every league just about, and they started just denying his reimbursement requests. And he'd tweet about like, hey, if you don't want people filing for reimbursement requests, fix your game. Like, your game is what's bugged out and causing people to file for reimbursement. So
yeah, Besaju's actually doing
was,
good work here.
pretty hilarious.
Literally the only thing keeping Dylan from winning the game on the spot.
It was great. Like, such a hoot to watch.
The block.
Come on.
But he made this big tweet about like how on earth y'all turned down a reimbursement request. And I remember that tweet like blowing up.
Oh, no,
People were like, I've never seen a reimbursement request turned down.
Tora Belcher, dang.
GG's not good enough.
Man, that's crazy. Not good enough. And that's gonna be lethal. Lethalis, the cousin of Cialis. Man.
Dylan MTG goes down.
Like, I don't know.
Got 3 rounds, 3 players left.
Really good. Chase is like.
Who's doing well?
Getting the Pithing Needle for Galman Char Belcher over getting Graveyard Hate.
Yeah, I mean, just hoping to not hit.
Who are 6-0 competitors? Wafo's 6-0.
And then a subsequent turn that was close game.
Wafo Tapa.
Thanks, Dylan. But also RIP.
Mistaken's up there. Amulet Titan, more than likely.
Okay.
Lapis, QB Turtle. Last time I played against QB Turtle, they were on
we still have
mURktide, so I'm assuming that's the play.
Some mono white. Death and
Zerk,
Taxes.
I know the name.
We have Demir Mill. We have
I want to say that's Zoo.
That
That could be.
I don't know what you're talking about. That
Be
would
off.
play.
Magic Dan double queuing with the dog house.
Do we want to see if he can?
Bob's 4-2 with us.
Dan here.
Would like to-
Magic Dan was just being shown on the doghouse
And if your aunt's opponent
tournament, and he was
is,
playing Oops All Spells
okay,
there. I don't know if playing the same thing and hit this or not.
Mr. Be yourself. Please.
Yeah, Wafo's playing today. I don't know if he's
yeah.
streaming, but he's playing.
Make sure to share your screen and not the Magic program. Thank you.
Benny Hills,
Guys, what happens when you share the Magic program?
Nino,
A whole lot of nothing.
You get the sweet
Nathan of the
after
Guild Leaf, one of the current trophy leaders.
your
Like
mouse
they dropped out.
2 X2s will be making top 8.
Jared dropped to 3-3. Principe dropped to 3-3. Demonic Tutors 3-3 dropped. Gargamel, big time like 4-color, 5-color pile player. I think they were playing Elementals last time I played them.
All right, this is a phenomenal hand if you are Ant.
Man, a bunch of people that started off really hot. Soul Strong like dropped a couple, 2 or 3 in a row.
Mulligan to 6 is always going to be better because you play Ren and 6. So it turns your mulligan into a 6.
X and 2 shot at top 8. There's a shot. We've got 3 more rounds.
Quite a few.
But I think if anybody makes it in off an X and 2 shot, it's going to be somebody higher up that loses. It's probably not going to be someone like down in my position that wins out.
Because that means no more triggers off your Archons.
We picked up our losses like pretty early in the event, so our tiebreakers aren't going to be very good. But top 16 is very possible.
Sure how the breakers are gonna work out, Delta? Because like if
Same
you
record as
lose
Scavenging
round
Moves.
one,
Our hero.
like lose round 7, you'll probably make it in.
There's gonna be like 15 X2s.
Yeah, Watto is
A lot.
Wafo Tapa.
So
Like I said, I don't know if he's streaming or not.
Hard to say.
Not so much. Really hard to say who's
I
gonna
can take a look and
here.
see.
Fetches off of Wooded Foothills, and we're going to see Ren and 6 come on out to turn that mulligan to 6 into
Does not look like he's streaming. He'd have like pretty good viewership if he was. He's usually in a couple hundred.
Misty Rainforest for Mr. Be Yourself.
Yeah, not
And
streaming.
Mr. Be Yourself is playing Elementals. So their mana base is going to be a little hurting here without a Ren and 6 of their own.
He playing control. He only plays control. I would assume so. He's been on blue-white control as long as I can remember in Modern. Usually plays on Sunday, like streams challenges and stuff on Sunday. Yeah. I mean, I think he usually plays like Saturday and Sunday challenges, but wouldn't be surprised if he only streams Sunday. I think I'm 1-1 lifetime against Wafo. I know I won the first time I played against him in the Luris days, but I think he got it the second time. It's just playing like Bant Snow Control with Ice Fang Quaddles and stuff, and it's like a horrendous deck to run into. Round 7. What do we got? Actually, see what the prizes are for 32. Just out of curiosity. 15 treasure chests, 300 play points. Top 32 is still pretty good. I'm 1-1 versus Bob the dog and 4-0 versus some guy named Spike. I think I'm like 2-2 versus Spike or something. Like, I know he beat me on Bant Ephemerate in top 8 of a challenge, and then I beat him in a rematch in a league. I beat him on Reanimator when he was playing Reanimator, and then I think there was a loss in there somewhere. 2-0 versus Citrus D. You know him? Yeah, Tom Ross. I've I've got a really good record against Tom Ross, and he used to come hang out and stream a reasonable bit, but it's been a minute. On the draw, I've got a Thoughtseize and a push. No red mana. Better. Alright, and we'll just ditch Agadine. Tiago, I appreciate it. See what happens. No companion for either side. You remember when everybody said companions were busted and everybody should be playing one? And I think we've played against one companion this entire event in 7 rounds. I think one person had Giganta. But we played against double mURktide with no Giganta, creativity, scam twice in the first 2 rounds, no Giganta. What did we play round 3? Whenever we played round 3, I don't think had Giganta as a companion. They got rid of the good ones. They got rid of the good ones, but they kept like the free ones, like Giganta. But you're like us running Street Wraith, and it's a little less exciting. Really good top deck. So let's go see what we got. Channeler. I will take a Channeler. Fetch up a Blood Crypt. Play said Channeler. Bobble. Overland. This is one of the things that like drew me to Death Shadow. Initially, it was just getting to make all these game actions. Like, hey, I'm gonna do like 17 different things before I've even passed turn on turn 1. It used to be so fun and just like play a bobble yourself, see something you want, cycle a Street Wraith, play another bobble, see what you want. You don't like it, fetch away, cycle a Wraith for information. Thoughtseize your opponent. What? The Triome. Kind of getting like Devoted Druid vibes. Solitude probably doesn't mean that though. Triome, Leyline Binding. Oh boy. I think we just take our chances with the Solitude. I think I'm just like never beating the Teferi here. But I have like a reasonable chance of beating the Solitude. Oh, never mind. We tried. I hate 5-color horseshit. So, Thoughtseize, Second Shadow. That would be like best 2 draws possible right here. Maybe. Alright. Dash a Ragavan. If they want to Solitude that, they're welcome to. Blood Crypt. Thoughtseize. Take Omnath. They go. Solitude Endurance. Solitude Endurance. It's just a superior mid-range deck, and I play mid-range like this Shadow deck. Yeah. Like, it's a really, really rough kind of matchup to get paired up against, but... Alright, see what they decide to target. Target themselves. I don't think I want them shuffling the Endurance back in as well. I'm going to let that go. Alright. Ulcha. Solitude, unknown, Go, little Ragavan, go! No! Stop it! Another Endurance. Oh, man. Alright, so this enters... Target me this time. So I think I cycle first. No, I've only got 2 Fatal Push in the deck. I don't want to draw another Street Wraith, so yeah, I'll just cycle first. Okay. Yep. I wonder why they're not playing Kahira. Alright. No white card. Draw a Fury. Draw a Fury one time. We actually have a chance here. Did you do it? Did you draw the Fury? Come on, back-to-back Fury one time. Back-to-back Fury one time. Third Endurance? Bruh. Bruh. Holy shit. Triple Endurance. Ah. Triple fucking Endurance. Your deck full of like 5 drops. And still 80 cards as well. Look, like, I don't want to look. It's going to make me more sad about it. $80 cards, no companion, triple endurance, double back-to-back off the top there. Like, I would have preferred a removal spell to endurance. Even like land cast solitude, I would have preferred to endurance. Like push over bolt. Like push misses solitude and fury. I'm bringing in terminate anyway. I've got dismember. I feel like one. Oh, never mind. Too late. All right. Need some luck regardless. I would love to not keep this hand, but I'm not sure I really have an option here. Like, it's got a threat. I can get the threat online. There's only 175,000 ways that they can deal with Scourge. Kind of like have to hope to dodge Prismatic Ending, Dress Down, Solitude. cast a Ren in 6. Ren tick up. Ren tick up. Ren tick up. Ren tick up. Does lands. All right, we're going to attack you, ignore Ren. Fairy. Yep. Who's shocked? Go Channeler, Scourge, land, say go. What are we hoping for? Omnath, no Solitude. Second to Fairy. Okay. All right. So now the question becomes, did they find Solitude in their 80 card no Yorion deck? So I go terminate. Am I supposed to go breach? So I could go like breach, channeler, bolt. Veil of Summer. Oh. All right. No Solitude. No Solitude. No Solitude. No copies of the magic card Solitude. I guess I could have Endurance too. And everything sucks here, right? Yep. Good times. Like, everybody knows they have it. There's no doubt in anybody's mind that they don't have Solitude. They even had double Solitude. Nice. Never under question. Ren Teferi, Veil, Solitude, Solitude, Risen Reef. And we've got lands. Yep. Worst matchup we could run into right there. I don't think there's anything at any point we could have done differently. I don't know if y'all can think of anything, but I think it's just not a matchup we ever want to see. Four and 3. Still 2 more rounds to go. X and 3s should be live for top 32. So one thing you could have done, went to lunch quicker. True that. Oh man. Mr. T 3 and 4. What'd you play against? Didn't you start off 3 and 0? Just been like rough matches since then, or did you start off 2-1? See, 3-0 start, 2 times Hammertime with nuts. Are you playing like Force of Vigor in the board? No way people have fun playing Ren and 6 decks. I feel like that card has dropped off in leagues because it's boring, but big tourneys they just want to win. I think Ren and 6 is just like a value piece in Jund or something, like actual Jund mid range, not Jund Saga, Jund mid range is a very, very fun card to play with. But I think Ren and 6 in like creativity, just getting back mine after mine after mine is really boring. And creativity, or Ren in like a 5-color deck is just a necessity. Alright, you played Giganta, lost a turn 2 kill from Titan. Oof. Did they have the new Garden card, Mycosynth Garden? Yeah, King Karm asking the real questions. New list. Swan Song? Holy crap. Give you a swan, then block your swan with Arboreal Grazer. Basically Splinter Twin. Deck has changed quite a bit, but not really. So I feel like Mycosynth Garden is another card that like buffs the explosive turns of Titan, but really doesn't change like the progression. Like when you play a Titan, you can really go off there, but are you playing Titan like reliably sooner? I don't think so. Makes it go faster, but not as consistent. But like, how much faster is it making it go? Because if you're talking old Titan list, land amulet, turn 2, bounce land, dryad, play second land, whatever. Turn 3, bounce land, Titan. With the new list, you're just talking like turn 1, Mycosynth Garden, what's it called? Mycosynth Garden, Amulet. Turn 2, bounce land, Dryad, bounce land, copy Amulet. Turn 3, bounce land, play Titan. So I feel like your nut starts are the same speed. I guess you have a second amulet there instead of first. But I think if you're like casting amulet on or Titan on turn 3, you're probably like finding a way to win regardless. But you get every single Titan off the garden line. 4, 8. No, you'd have to have. If you have a Zeusa, yeah, if they're up to like 4 Zeusa now. Look at that miserable board state. That's why I quit Modern a few months ago and came back. This makes me want to quit again. I love how it's Mr. Be Yourself when they're just playing like generic 4-color good stuff pile. Be original by playing Omnath, Solitude, Fable of the Mirror Breaker, Fury. Be yourself with this exact 60. Game 2, they mold to 5, killed me turn 3. It's amazing. Like, I played against Amulet last night with Rakdos and just, like, ran them straight over. So I was kind of thinking there would be more Amulet today. But I know Mistaken's on Amulet up there. I haven't really seen anybody else. But yeah, I think like 4-color pile decks are very, very problematic. I would really like to see, unfortunately, Ren and 6 take one for the team. Yeah, and like this, just top decking to fairies. Nothing else matters. I also think Teferi should be banned. 100% think Teferi should be banned. Arboreal, Mycosynth, Amulet, then turn 2, you potentially get 2 times with haste and double strike. So Mycosynth, Amulet on 1, turn 2, bounce land, untap, copy the Amulet, Arboreal Grazer, bounce land, 4 mana, Azusa. I'm sure you can get there. I think either list are good options. Personally, I think I'm more a fan of the consistent lists, like the Dryad of the Elysian Grove list. But I also don't play a ton of Amulet. Could also be that the fast lists just lead to more oops I win scenarios, and those are usually pretty good in like big tournament settings. Just play the list that gives you the most free wins. You play Titan? Yeah, like I used to own Titan in paper, but I never played it past like an FNM. I never played any like PBTQs or anything with it because I was always just big into Shadow. So I think it's nice to know how the deck functions, but don't think I would register Titan. I'd register Titan for like an MTGO league. I wouldn't register for a big event. And I don't think anything about Mycosynth Garden changes that. It's great to know how every deck works, some more than others. I agree with that. Definitely agree with that. Especially when it comes to any kind of deck that has like a self fail rate. Talking like an Amulet Titan or what's it called? The Underworld Breach, like Grinding Station deck, stuff like that. Important to know how it functions. Funny because I went from Boros Burn to Titan. I went from, let's see, I can't really say went from Boros Burn. I started with Burn, Jund, and Grixis Delver. And then eventually dropped Burn and Delver, stuck with Jund. But this was all online. And then my first paper modern deck was Jeskai and Ahiri. Then went from Jeskai to Jund, Jund to Grixis Control to Grixis Shadow. Then along the way, picked up and played like Infect, Amulet Titan, Prowess. That was about everything. Oh, played Tezzerator briefly. That was very, very short lived. I think that was about it. I was always mad because like the deck that I wanted to play the most that I just never got around to, and I'm glad I didn't because it got banned pretty quickly, was the green blue like Urza Thopter Sword deck with Mox Opal, Gilded Goose, Oko, Urza, Whirr Invention, Mystic Sanctuary, like all that stuff. Really wanted to play that deck just to try it out for an event, but it got banned like before I even started to consider picking up pieces for it. You just knew something in that deck was getting banned. But I really loved watching the turns of just like, all right, turn one, land, Gilded Goose, make a food, Mishra's Bauble, Mox Opal, tap the Opal for an Emery, flip over 4 cards, say go. Next turn, land Oko. You're like, I don't think I can beat this in a million years. Turn after that, land, hold up Cryptic Command. Cryptic Command, counter something, draw a card. Oh, you drew another land? Cool. Fetch up your Mystic Sanctuary. Get back your Cryptic Command. Take your pants off. Run around a little. I've seen the new Rot Priest Storm deck. Yes. So I've seen Spike play it. I've seen some lists here and there. I've played against it a couple times. And deck's kind of whatever. there's parts of it I like, parts of it I don't like, and I think a lot of people are playing it incorrectly right now. Because every time I play against the deck, I see my opponent just like turn one, play out Rot Priest, pass. And I'm like, cool. Bolt it, fatal push it, terminate it, whatever I've got in hand. And I have no idea why more people aren't just like waiting until you have a kill and then playing it out. Like, it only costs 1 mana, so in your storm turn, just play it out somewhere in there. Target it with your ground rift. Wait for your opponent to tap out. You don't have to go all in on trying to kill them turn 2. But they're just like, oh, I got to have Rot Priest on 1 and then Spell Skite on 2 and try to go off on 3. It's like, that's 3 turns of not really doing much. All right, let's get the sound back on for Dingo.
Ant playing Creativity.
Just got 5 players left.
Stompy Robo playing Asmo. What's the card called? Gorio.
But yeah, the times that I've played against that deck, I have not been very impressed.
Rakdos playing.
Watching Spike play it, I think, was a lot more of
playing mono red
fairly clean sequencing, but also just nobody knowing what to expect out of it.
And we'll post the deck list on the Discord in the section that says.
Talked about with some people in the Grim Player Discord last night about how, like, the measure of a deck, whether it's actually good or has staying power, is how good it performs when people are targeting you.
Sorry, everybody else.
And I really think that looks like the kind of deck that as soon as people target you, like, goes out the window. As soon as people are running Fatal Push instead of Bolt and making, like, mutagenic growth and Spell Skite look bad, it goes out the window. And Disruption's really rough for it.
So the math shows that
Wafo's 6-1 with blue-white control. Wafo is always towards the top of whatever tournament he's in. Blue-white. Like, I honestly couldn't tell you how many times, like, I've seen Wafo in just the most hostile metas for control possible. Be X and O, X and 1.
Working on that right now. Alright, there you go. Try refreshing. Decklist should be public now.
Honestly, don't think the dude actually has bad tournaments.
Right now.
I think his idea of, like, a horrible run is 50-50. 3-3 drop. Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, X2 is going to come up a little short. This is a shame. Hey, Chloroform, thank you for the follow.
That's why the matches are taking so long.
For all the follows, by the
He is
way.
a fairly deliberate player.
We'll get in the top 8 shortly here.
Turtle's still playing. I have no. Wafo's done.
All deck lists for the top 8 have been posted in the top 8 deck lists section. If you can't access any of them, let us know. It should be available for the public to see now.
Oh, Wafo lost this round too.
And if you enjoyed my part of the stream, you can follow me on Twitch.
Dylan in chat. My opponent can have the win. I'm hungry.
Go follow PT. Do it. Actually,
Damn Wafo and his tapas.
Yeah. And if you want to see more streams,
Like, I think the most
Apex Gaming. Apex Gaming has.
I don't even know if hilarious is the right word for it, but the thing about Wafo's matches that cracks me up the most is it'll be game 3,
including F&M,
like a minute on the clock for Wafo. He's got no board, nothing going on, and he's just sitting here like yeah, I'm gonna
So check out our social media
Archmage's
pages,
Charm, draw 2
Rakdos,
cards,
Esports.
untap, play a land, pass,
Appreciate Apex
snap
for
Archmage's
giving me
Charm,
passwords
draw
and
2
access to the
cards,
amazing.
untap, play a land, pass, flash into solitude, attack, and you look up and it's like, oh, he's killing his opponent and he's got 2 seconds left on the clock and you have no clue in fuck how this started. But it just went from his opponent's at 20 life with nothing on the board. Waffle's got like 3 cards in hand to all of a sudden Waffle's got 7 cards in hand, 2 solitudes and a snapcaster on board, and he's beating the shit out of his opponent. And it happens in 48 seconds. Well, I guess it doesn't really make a lot of sense to stick on Alright, let's watch Kevin. Judge Kevin heavily. Ads. Mistaken, I know, is in the showcase challenge. I'm assuming with Amulet Titan.
I don't think I'll offer this trade. Again, their hand is dead gone.
What can we type in chat to get him?
Unless they cast this dead gone here. No, but they did this on turn 1. I didn't see it. Oh god, is this a fury? Oh no, this is gone. Just gone my construct.
I can't really like talk shit about Siege Rhino because he already expects that. Is there anything interesting that he's playing that I can? He's playing the Shoba Brawler. I know he kind of asked how that was doing in Zoo.
Okay. Sucks. Still have a dead gone. If they attack with BB, I will trade.
I don't really have any good like comebacks here.
Get a lot of help here.
I was gonna join this Dingo tournament, but I knew my wife would be working. Dingo tournament looks like it's going pretty well. They had like the mishap round 2 with falsely reported results or something.
So if we draw binding, okay. So how's it going, nostalgia? How come we never draw leyline bindings when we need them? It'd be great if we could draw leyline binding. There's also an argument to like put Shadow Spear on here, but so we know they have the dead gone.
If he sees my
So
comment.
they want to attack or a block, and then they just dead it, and then the first strike gets us.
Kevin,
So the last card is dead gone.
read the chat. Read the chat.
Leyline binding. One time. Leyline binding. Leyline binding. Leyline binding.
Fun.
Okay.
It's pretty funny that he can just like
They gone.
prismatic ending for 5 with his current mana base. Or can he?
I think so.
Might not be able to if he's only got Ketria Triome. Yeah, he can't. Never mind. Or he could Ketria Triome and Springleaf Drum. So he could.
Where are your Siege Rhinos? You can't call yourself an Agile player without Siege Rhinos. Not wrong. Not wrong. we kill them before they
3 rounds left.
suspend these rhinos?
So slow.
They're gonna keep this catacombs uncracked just in case I need a fatal push. I feel like this Inquisition is dead, but I do have the 2 rhinos covered. That is a good point. But like I need to answer this fury. Huh.
I always hate opponents like slow rolling Dead and Gone. Like, what else are you doing? You're casting Dead and Gone. Just cast the stupid card.
Because, like I said, I don't mind trading my Reclaimer for this Fury here.
Put the Dead and Gone on the stack. Bounce my dude. Get it over with. Also, why is Gone an unsummon effect? Has that been a red thing ever? Except for Dead and Gone.
Fuck. Leyline binding. Leyline binding.
I get it.
All these nice things I say about Leyline binding is all moot if I just never draw the fucking card. There's no. Leyline binding is such a great card. If I just draw my Leyline binding.
All the good things about Leyline binding are moot if I just never draw the fucking card.
If I could just draw Leyline binding.
Love it.
If I could just draw Leyline binding.
Alright, back to talk shit in the chat.
Okay. We move on. We play on. We can't 5-mana Prismatic getting Malka because this has our blue and red source. We needed another color source to be able to Prismatic getting for 5.
I feel like somebody in Kevin's chat's gonna think I'm like being serious. I'm not just aggressively trolling him. Draws a Tarmogoyf.
Cows coming down. Moo cows are indeed coming down.
Still got one match left in the showcase.
And keep the Prismatic getting push. I think I'll push it actually.
So I think he should untap and Prismatic ending the token.
What?
I was gonna say, if you untap some Prismatic endings, then if his opponent drew like a Brazen Borrower and petty thefted the Goyf after you attacked, you could fatal push it. But if you push and don't Prismatic ending and they Brazen Borrower, then they can flash in the Brazen Borrower at the end of your turn. You can't kill it, attack you, and then they can draw into like a Fire and Ice and kill you there.
Sure. Okay.
So.
Sign me up, Deck. Sign me up. Thanks.
Not like some ridiculous percentage difference, but
This abs hand 5-0 pretty much. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. You're very, very optimistic, which I appreciate. But
the Abzan 5-0 is winning game 1 of match 1.
I think I cut the pendings here. Like spending what smart rule spell on a Rhino just feels awful.
Man, if
And
Hallowed Fountain hit like the evoke elementals, that'd be pretty solid.
I could also just like see. I could also just cutting a saga, just because we know they're gonna bring in Blood Moon. Just boarding another Mishra's bubble. Don't hate this. Do not hate this.
Side note: has anybody ever seen a Rhinos player flood?
First.
I feel like I've never seen it.
Okay. We have Thoughtseize into Mr. Termagod here, so and then we
I feel like every time I play against Saga, they end up 4 or 5 lands and just like stop.
4 lands.
They don't really have any filtering, so I feel like they should be hitting more land drops.
This could be a worse hand.
Alright, round minute 50 seconds.
Suspend Footfalls. You got it, dude. You got it.
All right, let's get no solitudes round 8. That's the goal. 0 solitudinals. Or down did we fall? 85th. So far. Two. Bob's X and 2. Turtles X and 2. Scavenging Booze. Freed. Mistaken are X and 2. Nino. Yeah, this is just all got to be like unfair stuff. There's going to be no possibility of no undefeateds. That's kind of crazy. The 2 XOs are playing, and whoever wins that one is going to get a pair down next round. Caleb Scherer. Man. Really don't want to keep this hand. I think I can ship it. Something more proactive. Technically. Okay. Keep it, bottom the breach. Pure Steel Paladin. Got some Hammertime going on here. 8/8 hammer. Gonna take Stoneforge. Stoneforge, cry about it. Other hand perfectly. Ah, dying over here. I would assume this is just land aid. Go ahead. Springleaf drum's fine. Swept teeth is fine. Land. Land. Yes. Alright. Tack in for 2. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Still know their hand perfectly. Gotta decide if I want to get down the Scourge this turn or do I want to Agademe. I think I want to get down the Scourge this turn because I'm just like threatening lethal next turn. Take Pure Steel, get down Scourge. If they top deck like a dude, it's a little unfortunate, but maybe we can find a way around that. You know what would be sick is Hammertime with a bunch of green fetches and Dryad Arbor. So if you got to this point, you could just like tutor up a Dryad Arbor and then strap it up with a sword. That would be dope. Why has nobody done that? Need one of you fantastic brewers in chat to quickly go build a Dryad Arbor Hammertime list. So you can just like end of turn, fetch up your Dryad Arbor, strap up a hammer to it, untap, swing in, like. Ooh, that's spicy. Please alert the masses. I think we've broken modern. How does Dryad Arbor work with Blood Moon? It becomes a 1/1 mountain creature. It's still a 1/1. It taps for red mana. It does not tap for green. I think that about covers all of it. Kiyomo, what's up? But I do think it would be kind of funny to see a Hammertime list that just fetched up Dryad Arbor. Like, I know there's been green-white hammer before. It's kind of like Infect. Like, it's absolutely god-awful if you have the Dryad Arbor in your hand. But like right there, if my opponent fetched out a Dryad Arbor, we were screwed. We were dead AF. But I'd also love to see them like complete the Dryad Arbor cycle. Basically got a red one with Dwarven Mine, but just like make some other variations. Suitable dudes. I'm also a little bit surprised that they scooped that last game. Like, even if they didn't draw a creature there, it's still us hitting for 4. Battle Rage isn't lethal. If we draw a land, we can bolt them in Battle Rage and it's lethal. But if we don't draw the land, like, we're just hitting for 4, and you're still at a point where if you play a creature, it's bigger than everything I've got. Pretty easy shit. Yeah. Guess we're keeping it because it's got prismatic ending. They mulliganed as well. Esper Sentinel. Yep. All right. That's pretty good draw. So let's go Overgrown Tomb, Channelers. Go. Maybe they just go like the guard as aid, hammer up the Sentinel. Matic ending. Okay. And a saga. Got all right, so let's go cast Bauble, pay for Sentinel. Eventually. Maybe. Position. Do I want Inquisition? I want Inquisition. don't think I do. I think I'd rather just like dismember this Esper Sentinel. There you go. Good draw. Giver Stoneforge. Okay. Stoneforge. Get Cauldra. Terminate Stoneforge. Say go. Dude, you got it. Oh. So, pending the giver. Sure. Play out the shadow. And don't think I'm going to show the EE yet. Cauldra unknown, unknown. Cauldra unknown. Okay. What happens if I attack? I attack. Blacksmith skill is worst case scenario. So if I attack, they take it. I don't fetch or shock or anything. You have Spell Pierce. Spell Pierce would have been weird. Mm-hmm. kind of the awkwardness of Urza's Saga is once you decide that you're like tapping it for mana, you can't like untap and make a construct. So you have to make a decision like right then and there. Okay. I'm dead to a 1-mana artifact. Not dead to that. Get TBR'd. All right. That one went a little better than I thought it would, but we'll take it. Bunch of sagas there. Some constructs. We called the blacksmith skill, so that was nice. We couldn't do anything to play around a potential artifact, right? Yeah. They had the open mana at all points, so there's no way we could play around them having or top decking an artifact outside of like not attacking, I guess, but pretty whatever. I don't know about y'all, but I like attacking. Attacking makes me feel good. Date. We're 5-3. One more round to go in the Swiss. Don't think we're making top 18 or top 16 by the looks of it, but never know. Get Twitch back up. I think we got top 8 of the doghouse.
Ticket to Madison, you say? I knew a girl once from Madison. We used to summer together. Here's your ticket. Train's pulling in.
Okay. Yeah.
True. Technically not wrong. And a blood moon, which
Does nothing.
well, no,
Caleb streaming.
it does stop the Gilded Goose.
Does it?
Yeah, I mean, with the Trail of Crumbs out, I mean, the Trail of Crumbs is going away, but it does stop Gilded. Oh, no, I didn't even see the basic.
Yeah,
there. Never mind.
does
It doesn't.
it?
It does not. It does not. Sorry, I did not see
It
that.
doesn't look like Caleb
I didn't
streaming.
Snatch basics. I can't blame you.
Yeah, I had basic forest blindness. Hi. Animating the den of the bugbear to get
Dogfish
in
or
the plot.
Dogfish Electric Bob.
What was
God.
revealed off of
Made top 8 of
cookbook was revealed off of
the
Trail of Crumbs
Doghouse
ability before it entered the
on a red prison.
from the bomb.
Win here would feel like a worthwhile endeavor. Yeah, I'd be happy for a win here.
That gives
Like,
some mana over, and it looks like Asmos.
we're going into this round 85th. We'll probably end up somewhere around
and got another cookbook. So
60 or so.
Decides to rear its ugly head.
Maybe there's a chance we squeak into top 32 on tiebreakers, but more than likely we'll be top 64 if we win next round.
Bob's position in this game.
Well, yeah, it's kind of hard for Bob to really get anything going with that Asmo out there.
His hand's like 90% graveyard hate, and then this blood moon does nothing.
Yeah, true. But Bob can always redraw. Needs to draw either Lightning Bolt or Fury or Bone Crusher Giant, or there's a lot of draws that Bob has that just like stump what Gracchus is doing.
Oh, imagine a Fury. Fury would be so good.
Yeah, Fury.
I really hope we don't see just like an uptick in green black food in the leagues.
Attack with the Goblin token at that point.
Yeah, you could do that.
They'd
Could
probably
block
just take
with-
it though. I mean, they're at 21.
Yeah, with all the food in the world, apparently. Whoa, never mind. Food being wow. R.I.P.
Even
to
Bob's
the
like,
Goblin.
whoa, that's aggro.
So this is, man, if there was just if Bob had played out the Sokenzan instead of like thinking to himself that he's going to be able to like ever channel it.
Like your deck does one thing, it's draw Grave Hate, Blood Moons, and
I mean, buys him some
bad
time.
burn spells, right?
Well, a little bit of time, but not really. Yeah. Are you stuck?
Cat stuck.
There you go.
Get the full view here. Sorry.
Well, I mean, double Mutavault's not terrible.
Double Mutavault is pretty good. Unfortunately, at least one of the Mutavaults would take a cream pie to the face from Asmo.
Cream pie to the face.
Gracchus's
Sure,
sideboard
the
has
choice
some
of words
Mutavault.
there.
Yes.
He told me, he messaged me that too.
Not relevant here, but
No, we should definitely let his creativity opponent know if he ends up playing as Ant.
right.
Oh, what to the face? That's not important.
You know, it's like wait.
Don't elaborate.
Glad someone in
Huh?
chat caught
What are
on.
you talking about? You've never like seen somebody take like a banana cream pie to the face? It's like a little joke. I don't know.
You can watch Dingo like trying to hold in the laughter.
That's a big draw.
You can probably like, safely loot away that moon.
Oh yeah, definitely. Hi dear.
Bob, give up on the Sokenzan. Just play it as a land. There you go. He did not want to give up on that Sokenzan.
Pyro's 4 days. I mean, if you ever actually like find the removal spell for Asmo, this is something.
Yeah, we all just live in one giant circus, you know?
Sure, we keep an eye on time.
Kind of. Yeah.
We got a little bit of time left. I also appreciate that like Bob's 5-2 over here, fighting for like top 16 and top 8 over here.
So
Bob having him a
so
weekend.
2 things, 3 things if they decide to discard both cards.
Yeah.
Do you like everything block this? If you everything block it, no, you just lose everything.
You just block with one.
What's none? That's kind of risky, seeing as how 2 of his red sources are pain lands.
Right.
But maybe
Love
they're-
it. Love it. No fear in Bob's dojo.
Oh. Well, now he
Fatal
gets
Procedure.
a non-pain land. Yay.
Spikefield Hazard doesn't really do much here.
Another non-pain land.
You're just like
Yeah, I think
land, attack,
Anyway,
or attack, land, spike field hazard. Your
okay.
opponent.
Yeah, I think the swing with one is fine, and then I'd rummage away. Maybe just spike field plus mountain.
Why not attack with like
Yeah, I agree.
a bunch of stuff?
How many graveyard hate pieces would you like? All of them?
Yes. Thankfully, 4 of them are main deck, so it's like, oh my.
Ooh,
Wow, that's actually really huge here.
hot.
You can do it for 2.
I do it for 2, right?
He already played land this turn.
Hot, hot, hot.
Okay.
Shattering spree.
You've already played land this turn, so there's
Bob's
no
like,
reason to
I played
track.
land. He's hovered over. He's like, I played land already. I'm
I
an
think.
idiot.
All right. Well, I was thinking maybe because he drew that land, he would want to like wait a turn.
I guess he just doesn't really care about the food token, but he cares about
Right.
the cookbook, so it's just like reasonable because
I just want to
They
hold
use
up
the
relic.
tokens anyway.
the activated ability of cookbook's going to become relevant soon.
Right. There's 4 mana, which is exactly what you need for cookbook. So this is fine. But
4
there's
mana,
you have
2
relic
geese.
out.
2 geese.
The goose. Gooses is.
I guess, yeah, you do have relic out, but he kind of popped that last one pretty liberally.
I mean,
might
you have like.
Wonder when we're gonna see like a Den of the Bugbears.
You have like 12 pieces of removal.
Ooh.
So that just fires off on 0. And as well as all the opponent's tokens, but
Oh man. Oh yeah, you.
All your tokens, because he's like hovering over the tokens, like, I'm going to attack with all these.
yeah, I think.
I wonder if this is better than just like
the treasure token.
play Ratchet Bomb for 2, blow it up, fire up double Mutavault or like Den or something, and attack
Some
with
sort of
everything.
engineered explosives effect pretty hard, but not sure it matters all that much.
All right.
Bottom's a treasure token.
Like I really think I would have liked to have seen blown this up pre-combat
All right. Nice.
and get in with the Mutavaults as well.
White. Yeah, it kills Asmo, it kills the food tokens, but the food tokens will be back because those birds, they just keep laying eggs.
I guess you get like Spyro tokens and stuff, so it's kind of whatever.
But not the best.
I assume that Bob's probably going to make Spyro tokens here with the 1 floating mana and then still have an additional up to leave relic up.
Right. I don't hate that. And you also have land to play too. Mountain has not been played yet, so definitely something to do. I think with that, I'd probably like bring Obosh to hand. I don't think you're too concerned about.
You don't have an Obosh.
Obosh is not relevant, yeah.
Because
you brought in the Ratchet Bombs, correct?
Ratchet Bomb worth losing Obosh over?
It's a clean cut, so we just skipped round 7.
Right, the top 8 just drew into it.
Yeah, all the people from round 6 just drew.
Yeah, the top 4 tables. They were like, I'm drawn, and there's nothing we could have done. Sorry, again.
Cat action.
Yeah, no Bosh. Obosh's cousin, who never shows up.
We see some man lands.
Fury is like such an exceptional draw.
Oh man, no! Tap correctly. Keep your double Mutavault.
Tap better.
There you go.
Tap better.
There you go.
You fire off on the 2 goose. Bada bing, bada boom. The goose have laid their last egg.
Say the line.
Their goose is cooked.
Bob getting some draws here.
Say the line, Bart. Their goose is cooked.
Why are we not attacking with a Mutavault?
At least 1.
Bob.
You don't need to.
Bob, if you end up watching this later, attack with the damn Mutavaults. Attack with the damn Mutavaults.
You just gotta bring that Obosh to hand. Will it. Use the force, Bob.
Pull it out of the sideboard.
Don't let Moto tell you the limitations of your deck.
Bob, I love you to death, but attack with the damn Mutavault.
opponent doesn't call
No,
the
it's
judge
the
on
Electric
you.
Bomb.
Electric Bob wins his match against Mistaken. Grats.
And then he shook the thing so he minimized all of his tabs.
Nice. I
My
hate
favorite
that.
my
It's
favorite Windows feature.
It's such an annoying feature.
It's the worst.
All right, what's happening next? Mount hand draw. So I mean, now is a really good
Good
time
vault.
to just like tap 5. Okay,
Sure.
you can still tap 5. Okay,
We're going all out. Hell yeah.
okay, I can't tap 5 anymore.
No longer tab 5.
God, I love this.
Smack,
Just turns
alpha.
it sideways, minus the token.
Are we holding the token back?
Damn, we're probably gonna see some food not get eaten. Apparently, all right. Gracchus isn't hungry today.
What are you afraid of to not tap the or attack with the token?
Waiting on some food to get. Okay, just never eating the food. That's fine by me.
I think he may have given up hope on this game.
I think so too. Oh, 0 Asmo's coming down. Now that would be a good reason not to crack food.
Yeah, that's actually really good here.
It's not amazing.
Backtabbing
You
again.
still only have 1 card in hand, unless it's a Daredevil.
I think Bob was supposed to crack the relic there before the cookbook came down.
I don't think you're.
Or no, it doesn't matter. He's got the food tokens. Never mind. Don't listen to me. I don't know what I'm talking about.
You have to kill a Fury. All these man lands are gonna get animated.
Oh wow, that's a freaking big rip. All right, let's see what is. Wow, I didn't even realize how deep into the. Whoa, what a draw! Lightning Bolt and Ragavon. That's gonna.
Oh.
Right here, right now. Gracchus is gonna have to utilize 2 mana to expend on the Fury. Don't think this.
Do you even need the Spyro cast? Well, I mean, finding the lightning bolts like
Bolt Ramanap runes.
pretty good. So if he didn't do that,
I mean, maybe food gets.
he's got
I would probably just dash Ragavon.
get back cat, make a food, 3 life, 4th life off the cat.
Okay, or just this is fine too. Don't mind it. Maybe they go
shoot
for,
the Fury.
No blocks, big cocks, no blocks. That's the GG's. Welcome to our semifinals. Electric Bob, congrats on winning both of your matches.
Bubber.
I mean,
Bobby.
probably dead either way, but
That's your first confirmed person into the top 4. Let me see.
Oh wait, no, hold up. We have
just to go.
confirmed on stream.
Confirmed on
Looks
stream
like
because I haven't looked at the pairings yet.
neither have I. Looks like we have 3. Wait. Yeah, we have 3 players already confirmed for the top 4.
If you make
Players.
the top 8, please message me your PayPal email so that way I can send you your money as soon as the tournament's over. Send it to me on Discord or Twitter. You could send it to me on Twitch too, but I prefer Discord or Twitter.
Hear that? If you're in the top 8 of Dingo's tournament, send him your PayPal. If you're not in top 8 of his tournament, send him your PayPal anyway.
Very good games, boys.
So Ant advances over.
Got another round for the feature over here.
Bob advances over.
Another match.
Gracchus?
Sorry, hold up.
Yep.
Page
Bob
broke.
over Gracchus?
Yeah, Gracchus. Then we got Suspect versus Stompy.
And
See
Mr.
it.
B yourself
Throw it up.
has taken 2-0 over Woodward.
Yeah. So we got Elementals, Creativity, and Mono Red Midrange as 3 of the top 4 decks so far. 4th top 8 in a row, baby. Congrats, Debut Unicorn. I think I have your PayPal email already, so you're good to go.
4 top 8s in a row, and
Let's try it. Can we get Suspect versus Stompy Robo? Is Stompy Robo in the cord?
Yeah, he's in Discord. I'm gonna throw Bob into the fitting room.
Yeah, throw Bob in
Why
here.
are you
Stompy.
screaming? Are you hungry? Okay, hold on.
all right. So
Stumpy, if you'd like to share screen.
got one undefeated so far in the Swiss. One round to go.
But IRL. Thank you.
I'm gonna disconnect
if-
some other people.
How far down do these records go?
Gracchus. R.I.P. Gracchus.
God, Man God, and Gracchus.
Okay. If you are.
This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. X1s, 8, 9 coming. So it's not a not a clean split top 8.
Because we are about to.
You can't split on MTGO anyway, but.
Like a few more seconds to catch up.
And this is.
Let's tune in.
What place is this?
I just saw the saddest of things. What's it called? A fetch get no land stash.
That's bad.
Was it a? Yeah, it was a fetch. This looks to be a sideboard game.
So
we know
32-ish at X and 2.
And
so X and 2 is going to be the cutoff for top 16.
Stompy Robo's Stompy Rakdos deck.
There's going to be.
There is a Soul Guide Lantern.
An X and.
You DM me on Twitter.
See. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So there could be an X and 2 that does not make, or X and 1. No, all the X and 1s will make top 8. The X and 0 will make top 8. There will be 2 X and 2s that make top 8.
That's on your finish.
No, 3. 3 with the possibility of.
One Tosh's and Tosh's is actually
no, just 3.
Actually, Mill is.
Reed, how's Shadow going? Lost to Lapis and Magic Dan. We're 5-3. We lost to.
Thinking about it a little bit more.
Who did we lose to?
We
lost one to mURktide. We lost one to Scam. And we lost to just 4-color pile.
Right. So Voltaire and Epicure represents 2 points of addition.
Then 7-1 with GDS. We saw him playing in the
and then one from
in the Doghouse tournament, and he was playing like Oops All Spells. So I was kind of wondering what he was playing.
Unless there is exactly a.
But good to see him playing Grixis.
I see a GG's from Sunset, which probably means the game is over.
The match.
Let's see who up here.
To our
I can't remember who we played.
We have Rakdos Affinity.
Saw one Underworld Breach. I don't know if he had more than one. I think it's a 2 of card. I really don't think it's a 3, and I've seen a lot of people running 3.
And then the mono red deck.
Oh, we did beat a mURktide player earlier. Game 3, they saw 43 cards of their library. All 4 ledger shredders, all 4 expressive iterations.
Send your PayPal email.
Kind of gross. Somehow we got there.
I got Mr. Be Yourselves.
I really can't remember who all we played. X and 2. Who was it we just played?
Wordwood?
Any Wordwoods?
He said he DM'd you already.
He was playing Croaks at 2. I agree, it should be 2 if you got Croaks at right. I think 2 is like perfectly fine. We're playing 2 in Rakdos today.
I haven't checked. I just wanted
like this. Yeah, just beat Caleb Scherer on Hammertime. But the one before that, the 4-color pile, I guess they lost their round.
Semifinals has been paired. We have 4-color Elementals versus John Creativity. And then we have Rakdos Affinity.
Like Bizarre Love.
Versus Mono Red Midrange. So,
Batatina. That's who we played last round.
What do we want?
Or 2 rounds ago. Playing just like 4-color pile.
I mean,
But they were playing 80 cards. Obviously, no Yorion. What else? One game 1 because they ripped like back-to-back endurances off the top with only 4 lands.
Pause.
So
Hop out. Fortnite, yeah. Fortnite, yeah.
at least I didn't play Titan today. Round 1 was Xenowan on Mill. Are you playing mURktide or
Thank you once more for streaming.
what?
Robo. Get your match going. Dog hours waiting for Electric Bob.
I know I've seen you posting in the Discord recently some of the trophy results.
Woodwood got Rakdos. Cool. I think I got pretty much everybody's now.
All right.
Stompy Robo. Which I'll get.
Just beat a mirror with my Ragavan Solar Hearse. Gross.
In the top
Gross.
4 of Doghouse 5. Yeah.
Decks on top.
Stompy Robo.
I mean, all I know is like Waffo on blue-white control.
Stompy Robo is on the play.
I don't think I've played against anybody. We picked up our losses kind of early.
The semifinals. And he's got a pretty gasolina hand, if I am one to say. Just kidding. It looks like
Breed's on mURktide. I can reset the record because Breed said Magic Dan is on Grixis Shadow at X and 1.
Over as a potential throwaway.
Back here.
Shambling gas.
We've got a Grixis Shadow up towards the top.
Looks like Bob's also mulligan to 6. Hopefully we can see Bob mulligan to 5 to put him at a disadvantage because he can't keep getting away with all these wins. It's just unreal how many wins.
Electric Bob's playing mono red in the doghouse. I don't know if they're also playing mono red in this.
Can't keep getting away with it.
Hovering over land. Hovering over land. Is it a bloodstain? Is it a black cleave? Which is your turn 1? What is it?
What made you play Rakdos over any other variant? So I was bored last night and was like trying to figure out some sideboard slots or like Grixis or something. And I saw that a Rakdos list had 5-0'd a couple leagues with Prismatic ending in the board.
Okay,
so I just like ran through a league for the hell of it, giving it a shot, and ended up playing against Burn, Hammertime, and something else that all had like Sanctifier on deck, and I had Prismatic ending every time, so just like popped it. Played against some mono white humans list that was running something of new Benalia, like an indestructible dude. At least expect Mardu Shadow with Skrelv. Somebody was in earlier saying they were brewing up Abzan. Abzan Poison Shadow with Skrelv. It's good. I have no idea, but it's different. But yeah, I just spent like half the night battle raging people for lethal, so I was like, all right, I'll register it. Why not? Proactive. I think if I had played Grixis, I'd probably be I don't know what my record would be. I have a little better time against mURktide. Better against Hammertime but it doesn't really matter since they didn't see Sanctifier. Better matchup against Creativity, but we won that one anyway. The other one was Scam. Scourge was really, really tough for Scam to deal with, so who knows. I do want to try Skrelv and Breach, kill it, and then Emery brings it back. Oh, and like Jeskai Breach. Got the legend for Mox. Cast your Teferis off of it. Skrelv into a Mox, float your white, sack your Skrelv, or sack your Mox. Replay Mox for Emery, tap it for blue. All of a sudden you got Teferi mana. Pretty hot. Haven't had much luck with Titan leagues, or just people over sideboarding versus you, or piles meant to beat you. So we had a couple people asking about Titan earlier, and it seems like the Mycosynth Garden like adds to the explosive turns, but doesn't necessarily speed up the clock. Like you still get a Titan at the same time, but you just get like a Titan plus more instead of just a Titan or whatever. Why cut Dryad out of like the mix? Dryad just seems so insanely good in Titan for when that first plan just doesn't work out. But I don't know why the new builds are cutting Dryad. Like, I'm guessing that if you're more consistently getting double Amulet, then you just don't need the Dryad, so you're just ramping from like 2 to 6 mana more often. I don't like cutting Dryad. You have plan A, B, C. Why cut one of those entirely? I agree. Like, I think Dryad's great. But they were talking about, like, Dryad being the cut in the new list and not running Valakut, not running Dryad. I don't get it. Only works game 1. You're all in combos mid after sideboard. Also true. Like, you just give up against Blood Moon. Whereas before, if you had a forest, you could Dryad and maybe have a chance, but now just. Also, I'm a little pissed that there's like multiple food decks in the Doghouse top 8, because now we're going to see food decks all over the place in leagues. Gardens is dropping in price too. Just got one today. Haven't sold it yet. Like on Magic Online or in paper or both. Studio price 25 ticks online, down 10 ticks today. Holy shit. Jace has gone up 13 ticks today. A lot of these prices are kind of settling, but good lord. Food decks fold to everything. That they do. You can always sideboard a bunch of collector oofs if you just want to go crazy. At least I've been lucky with chests lately. Open Solitude and Shieldred. Lucky. My chests have been horrific. Like, I think I've opened, I don't know, like 15, 20 in the last week. And I think I've gotten a total of like 200 play points and maybe 3 or 4 ticks worth of stuff. Like, they've been so bad. Zeriak, what's up? Open pretty good with my trophy chests. Hate all of y'all. I had one period where I think I spent like 100 ticks and just bought treasure. I needed play points. So I just like spent 100 ticks, bought a bunch of treasure chests, and ended up cracking them and I think I went up to like 150 ticks and 600 or 700 play points out of them, and was like, this is fantastic. Cut my losses. I just went way positive, but don't go too crazy. Just open 1 or 2 after a league and save the rest. So what I'll do is if I trophy or I 4-1, I won't touch the chest. If I 3-2, I'll open the pity chest. And I've had a lot of 3-2s in the last like 2 weeks. My motto's ABC, always be cracking. That's a Dogfish motto for sure. Every time Dogfish gets a pity chest, we'll get a message just like, oh, I 3-2 to league and opened to Shieldred. 3-2 to league, open to Ragavan. 3-2 to league, open to Minskin Boo. And then goes around to everybody else like, always crack your chest. You're always going to make money on it. I could crack 30 and get like 17 play points and a high 5. Like, this sucks. Why does anybody crack these things? Open like 30 chests, got 1 tick, always open mine. It's so all over the place. Like, when you hit a hot streak with chests, you feel so on top of the world. I forgot when it was, but I opened... Oh, I remember what it was. It was when we won the challenge with Jun Shadow. I opened the chest after that and opened like 2 full sets and something else, and like that was great, but every other time's been pretty mid. Yeah, it's been a while. I don't think I've opened a set since like probably last summer. I think was the last set I opened. Sounds right. And it was like a terrible standard set. It wasn't a good set at all. Maybe like Strixhaven, I think. But I know I've opened sets of Amonkhet, Strixhaven, or whatever that one was. There was one in the middle there. Like Theros Beyond Death and something else. Looking back now, chest today had Archon, Renin 6, Ragavan, Lotus Petal. Alright, you've got no room to complain. All argument you had just went out the window. Let's see. Archon of Cruelty. 10 ticks. Ragavan. Just look at like the basic Ragavan. 39 ticks. Renin 6. Basic Renin 6. 20 ticks. Lotus Petal. 21 ticks for Lotus Petal. Yeah, like, you're doing fine. Now, the one time I did go absolutely nuts on chests, I say one time, it's been like 2 or 3 times, but I popped 3 or 4, the green dude from Jumpstart in Legacy, Allosaurus Shepherd. I pop 3 or 4 Allosaurus Shepherds in like a 2-week period when they were 90 something ticks apiece. Like, that was insane. And they got reprinted at some point in the last 6-7 months and dropped down so hard. The new 2-drop from Phyrexia Blue Dude spells something. Is he good in Merc? The Mercurial guy. Mercurial Spell Dancer. I think this card suffers from dies to Renin 6 syndrome. Like, he's a really cool card, and if Renin 6 wasn't so popular, then I might be inclined to try it out, but investing 2 mana into something, having it die to a Ren ping. Amazing in Legacy, not sure in Modern. You know what's not legal in Legacy? Renin 6. You know what you can also do in Legacy? Play this on turn 2 and back it up with a Daze or a Force of Will or something. Currently playing 2 Iconoclast, or however his name's spelled. I do like Iconoclast. But I think the best you're ever going to see this card in Modern is going to be on the play it turn 2, pass the turn. Your opponent plays like a Renin 6 and you force a negation it and put a counter on this. Best it's going to be. Means you got to play this and force negation and it's like a fairly big ask. Modern's too much spot removal. I agree. Like, MTG AIDS played it and it looked good, dope. Well, I don't usually base a lot of my opinions off MTG AIDS, so. Kefka. Alright. Guess we'll keep. For the power of the bitter reunion. Is it a wizard? I didn't check. Is that relevant? Okay. Shadows something. All right. Spell Pierce. No Spell Pierce. Spell Snare. Dress down in the main. Son of a bitch. Ugh. Dress down in the main. Okay. Okay. MF dress down. They followed themselves. So let's go Chandler. Chandler Bitter Reunion. Like, they're gonna spell snare it, but I think they're gonna spell snare it. Okay. Aha! Okay. Alright. I could go Breach, Thoughtseize, Shadow. Is that what I want to do? It's gone. Yes. Much as it pains me. Okay. You know, they've got an island, dress down, unholy heat, unknown, and the unknown's a mURktide. Yep. About to like dress down in response to this. We are what you call dead on board. Yep. Man. Main deck dress down. Whew. That's a rough one. Main deck dress down. Oh, you mean sideboard dress down? No. No, I don't. I wish I could say I meant sideboard dress down. There's probably an argument for just finding room for the other two prismatic endings. I just get to kill like everything they can play outside of exactly mURktide with those. But same time, like Thoughtseize might be better than Street Wraith. Okay. Okay. Carry on. Show me a ledger shredder. Not a ledger shredder. Target me with Bobble. Oh, man. Let's get a Godless Shrine here. Opponent with the old, what the fuck? Got iteration, okay. Could go for Bolt myself here. Oh, baby. Not like this. Not like this. Okay. Alright, I think I'm just popping this spell bomb. Bolt myself. Fetch land. Fetch land. One time. Yes. Yes. One shadow. Two shadow. Three shadow. Yes. Worth it. So worth it. Oh, man. So worth it. On the draw. Want another ending. Good answer to like turn one Ragavan and whatnot. Oh, we saw Unlicensed Hearse. Ending, I guess, technically just answers that too. I poured out a Scourge for like thing. Okay. Don't even care if we lose game 3. That right there was all the fun I needed for the day. Yep. All right. Go for the Thoughtseize. Turn 1 here. Counter spell. Expressive iteration. Take the iteration. Say go. Fire Bluff Canal. Ravioli. This is going to be like Shredder plus Heat. There you go. Ravioli down. No shock. Okay. And again, I'm just going for like hit with Channeler, cast Ragavan. I really need him to play like a Ledger Shredder. That's what I want to see more than anything. Play out a Ledger Shredder. That's not a Ledger Shredder. I've been duped. It's pretty good. Or is this the possible shields down turn? Is this the possible shields down turn? Doesn't survive unholy heat, but one step at a time. Bringing all these prismatic endings for like the 1 drops and the 2 drops. And really do much for me, does it? That gives me delirium. Counterspell down. Oh boy. MTGO mURktide challenge really is. Every match, it seems like, has been mURktide. I really need to find like a terminate. What are we ditching? Okay. Reach would also be reasonable. I think terminate's better. Okay. Oh boy. So whatever's in hand is better than consider. Breach. Breach off the top. Just for the hell of it. Can I go purse, eat something out of my own yard, second main phase, thought sees them. So I've got 2 instants, 3 sorceries, 4 lands. Ah, that's rough. So, like, I have to eat the bolts if I want to take myself off Delirium? There's no guarantee I'm going to get it back. I guess we just attack into the Ledger Shredder. All right, deck. That's more than enough lands, please. Ragavan unknown. All right. Probably dead. Another Shredder. What do we draw to get us out of this? Not that. So just pass. Yep, no reason for them not to dash Ragavan. Yep. Damn. Merc on Merc on Merc. Yeah, that was winning into top 64. Alright. Alright, what do we think? Went 5 and 4, so did I. What do we think? Bitter Reunion, overrated. I think I would have rather had like a Terminate in the main over this spot. And my plan against mURktide sucks with this deck. I need something else against that. Because as soon as they start getting like any sort of card advantage going, you get so far behind so quickly. Like, the Grave Hate felt reasonable. I didn't feel like the Grave was much of a problem. But just like them playing out dudes, and Bolt doesn't keep up with Shredder or mURktide. It feels like this deck is kind of geared towards Hammertime and any sort of like artifact enchantment deck. Doesn't feel like it's geared towards what's like taking over modern. mURktide, creativity. Probably beats up on Amulet pretty bad, but little whatevs. Certainly like to see a little more flexibility. I think I said it after Jund in the Mana Traders qualifiers. Like, if you're planning on playing Shadow, I'd probably just play Grixis right now. It's definitely looking like the most consistent. All right. But going to call it there. Send everybody over to Kevin. As always, thanks everyone so much for coming and hanging out. If it's your first time here, feel free to hit the follow button. Doesn't cost you anything. Just lets you know whenever we go live. Otherwise, hope everybody has a fantastic rest of your Saturday. Enjoy some good food and company. We'll catch y'all back live probably on Monday. So, adios for now.